Igniting Civil Society's Next Chapter. It sounds radical and revolutionary, not true? Something that I'm sure Paul Bogle and Bussa would approve of, right? That's the theme for the 2026 Caribbean Civil Society Organization Conference and World NGO Day celebrations. For the next 4 days, we are going to be focused on how to strengthen, improve, and sharpen skills and focus for greater impact across this beautiful region. Greetings and salutations. Good morning to you all, wonderful people. I love the energy. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. My name is Stacey Ann Smith, and it is my absolute pleasure to be serving as your Master of Ceremonies this morning for this very special opening ceremony. We have 120 organizations represented across these 4 days that are going to be participating in the conference, representing 10 countries. Where are my people from Antigua and Barbuda? No, I need more energy than that, please. Come on, I know you have it. All right. How about Barbados? You have numbers, let me hear from Barbados. And the team from Belize. I love the energy, I love it. Dominica. Brilliant. How about Grenada? Organizations coming from Guyana. They brought the vibes, They knew they were coming to Jamaica, so they brought the vibes. What about St. Lucia? Love that. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Let me hear it from Suriname. And of course, my Jamaican peeps. Excellent. And Trinidad and Tobago, of course. After all, Montserrat's in the room, Trinidad and Tobago, let me hear you. And Montserrat. Am I leaving out any other country? Okay, so that's 12 countries we have in the room. Brilliant stuff. I absolutely love that. Now, besides the joy of being in sunny Kingston, and I know our friends up north are just really bad mind right now, and they really would appreciate some of this warmth, there is a robust agenda for these sessions for the next 4 days that's going to require your focused attention. So it's not all jerk chicken and excitement, right? Right? We have some work to do. If you're in the room, we already know that you are devoted and dedicated and you're committed and that you believe in your community and your country and giving back and supporting. And I want you to big up yourselves. Give yourselves a round of applause. We know that you are used to rolling up your sleeves and getting to work. Not true? Yes. We also have an audience online joining us via live stream. But before we get to work, because we will put you to work, that's why you're here. In case they didn't tell you, you're here to work. Before we put you to work, allow me to formally acknowledge the High Commissioner of Canada to Jamaica, His Excellency Mark Berman. Good morning to you, sir. The Portfolio Manager Basic Needs Trust Fund representing the Caribbean Development Bank, Mr. George Yearwood. Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation, Ms. Razmi Farouk. Director of Governance at the Social Development Commission in Jamaica, Mrs. Shireen Walker-Francis. Let me acknowledge regional civil society leaders, development partners, members of the media who are here and online. Welcome to you all. Thank you for taking the time and for making the effort to be here. The work you do in your spheres of influence is invaluable, and you really should take a bow for the sacrifices I know that you have to make each and every day and the commitment that you continue to exemplify. Serving in the way you do is often a thankless job, but never forget how important you are in Caribbean life. The truth is, CSOs across the region are operating in an environment that continues to change and is getting more and more complex every day. Can I get an amen? We are grappling with youth unemployment, economic pressures, widening social gaps, and of course, climate vulnerability. I mean, we're still reeling from the effects of Hurricane Melissa. The needs are great and resources are limited. This conference is designed to help you to respond to that reality. The big question is, how do we create a shift? A shift that's going to strengthen governance structures, improve financial resilience, sharpen how you measure impact, because you have to measure, embrace technology in this digital age, and build sustainable funding models. Over the next 4 days, we want you to move beyond dialogue into practical tools, business models, social return on investment, funding diversification strategies, digital platforms, and stronger policy engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one ultimate goal, and that is to ensure that Caribbean civil society remains sustainable and influential in shaping development outcomes across this region. It's a big job, but I dare say you are up to the task. And I want you to turn to your neighbor on the right and say, neighbor, you are a big deal. Please do that now. Yeah, man. Then I want you to turn to your neighbor on the left and give them a high five and tell them, let's do this. That's right. Because you've got this. All of the creativity and the ingenuity that you need to tackle this problem reside in this room. You have it. And we're going to work together to unlock it over these 4 days. You will hear more about specific conference outcomes in a little while, but first, we have an opening prayer offered by the Knowledge Management and Communication Consultant at the CDB's Basic Needs Trust Fund, Mrs. Indy Lafayette, and my sister. Please make her welcome.
Thank you, Stacy. All protocols observed. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to cooler Jamaica. It's a little cooler than normal. And I just invite us to bow our heads for a brief blessing. Mighty Father, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for this day. We thank you for safe travel here, and we thank you that we are gathered together in unity. You say how good and pleasant it is for brothers and sisters to gather in unity. And so in the place of unity, we know you have special blessings. We commit this conference to you. You see the critical importance of what's being discussed here. You know that we want to ensure sustainability, greater impact, transparency, and accountability. And so we just invite your special presence and blessings upon the procedures, because we know that you grant good success when we commit our plans to you. We thank you and give you praise. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Miss Indy. I see a couple of other familiar faces in the room, and no doubt we will get an opportunity to fellowship, to connect, reconnect, and to make some new connections during the networking session that will happen later this afternoon, and that's from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. It's going to be in that really cool outdoor pavilion that's just outside this meeting area and cannot afford to miss it. That's where you get that chance to really just connect and network. There will also be opportunities for participants to book partner engagements. Now, this is really, really important. You can book a partner engagement with one of our strategic partners, and the partners are the Commonwealth Foundation, the Caribbean Development Bank, the Local Engagement Action Fund, that's LEAF, the UWI, and Kobo Toolbox. And Kobo is the tech partner that's doing all the wonderful data analysis and research. Our strategic partners are set up inside the collaboration corner, so you pass them on your way in to the conference area. They are to the left, so when you go out the door, you turn left. They have booths there. You can use the QR code, the portal, to book one of those engagement sessions, the partner engagement sessions, or you can register at the admin desk that's on the outside. So the collaboration corner is set up and ready for you. Just a quick note though, the UWI will only be here today. All the other partners will be available throughout the conference to Friday. So you can go ahead and schedule accordingly. So if you want to have one of those sessions with the UWI, then today would be your only opportunity to do that. Now, in case you missed it earlier, we did announce that we want you to post and tag all your wonderful photos. Everybody looks great today. As I like to say, like on a bathe and put on good clothes, yeah? And spray up and smell nice, right? So we want you to take your photos. It's a wonderful opportunity that you don't get all the time to connect with your colleagues from across the region. And so we want you to make those connections, take your photos and post them on socials. Make sure that you tag the Caribbean Development Bank, and we will share those tags for you on LinkedIn, on Twitter, or X. That's Caribank for LinkedIn and X, or Caribbean Development Bank for Facebook and Instagram. For Leaf, it's at Canada Leaf on Facebook and Instagram, and the hashtags are Canada, Caribbean, Caribbean Development, CSO Conference 2026, hashtag Canada Leaf, and hashtag Global Affairs Canada. All right, the CDB is a strategic partner and co-host of this conference, and we really do appreciate the contribution of the CDB here and across the region. It is the region's leading development finance institution with a commitment to strengthening institutional capacity, community resilience, and sustainable development across its member countries, really fueling development and change, a quiet giant in the background, I like to call them. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Portfolio Manager for the Basic Needs Trust Fund Caribbean Development Bank, Mr. George Yearwood.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to participants here, and I think approximately 600 persons that are joining us online this morning. Thank you, Stacey Ann, for your introduction. His Excellency Mark Berman, Canadian High Commissioner, the Honorable Hosier Frederick, Minister of the Environment, Rural Mobilization, and Kalinago Upliftment, Commonwealth of Dominica, Chief Annette Sanford, Chief of the Kalinago Territory, Commonwealth of Dominica, and other indigenous leaders, Ms. Razme Farouk, Director General, Commonwealth Foundation, Ms. Shireen Walker-Francis, Director of Governance, Social Development Commissioner, representing the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development of Jamaica, Mr. Errol A. Gilmore, Registrar, Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Societies, Mr. Richard Jones, Executive Director, Caribbean Policy Development Center, officials of the Government of Jamaica, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of other multilateral agencies, civil society groups, members of the media covering the event, and my distinguished colleagues here and, as I said, online. So good morning to you here. Today, as we commemorate World NGO Day under the global theme, Together We Rise, Unleashing Collective Power for People and Planet, the Caribbean Development Bank joins partners across the region in celebration. We recognize and honor the indispensable contribution of civil society organizations, the third sector, as a central pillar of sustainable development in the Caribbean. Across our borrowing member countries, NGOs and community-based organizations are often the first responders during crises and the most trusted advocates in marginalized communities. They are steadfast champions of social justice, environmental stewardship, gender equality, youth empowerment, and inclusive growth. Their work is not peripheral to development. It is foundational to resilient and equitable societies. Today's theme reminds us that collective power, when harnessed through authentic partnerships, can transform communities and accelerate progress towards shared development goals for both people and planet. For CDB, civil society is not simply a stakeholder. It is a strategic development partner. Through instruments such as our main poverty reduction program, the Basic Needs Trust Fund, and our expanding work in climate resilience and locally led adaptation, we have seen the value of strong community engagement. Our experience consistently shows that sustainable outcomes are greatest when community voices are embedded from project identification through implementation and monitoring. Civil society organizations bring contextual intelligence, social capital, and lived experience, assets that enhance program design, strengthen accountability, and improve development effectiveness. This commitment is not theoretical. It is being operationalized. The Regional Civil Society Conference, hosted this week by CDB in collaboration with the Local Engagement and Action Fund, LEAF, stands as a clear and practical demonstration of our commitment to this sector. By bringing NGOs together with government partners, development institutions, and private sector actors, we are advancing collective dialogue, identifying capacity gaps, strengthening partnerships, and co-creating pathways towards a more enabling environment. This conference embodies the spirit of today's global theme, Together We Rise, because meaningful development gains emerge when diverse voices shape solutions together. As we stand fewer than 4 years from the 2030 deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the urgency of deeper inclusion has never been greater. The SDGs cannot be realized by governments and multilateral institutions alone. Achieving climate resilience, reducing inequality, advancing greater equity, and strengthening social cohesion require a whole of society approach that meaningfully integrates the leadership and agency of the third sector. We also take this opportunity to commend the international development partners and government agencies present today, who continue to provide technical, financial, and policy support to civil society entities. Your investments in institutional strengthening, access to financing, and policy reform are critical to building a credible and sustainable third sector ecosystem. At the same time, we must collectively move from commitment to concrete action. An enabling environment cannot exist only in workshop reports, strategy documents, or policy pronouncements. It must be reflected in simplified regulatory frameworks, predictable financing mechanisms, institutionalized engagement processes, data access, and capacity systems that allow CSOs to operate in stability, legitimacy, and scale. In recognition of this imperative, CDB will, over the course of its next strategic planning cycle, intensify and formalize its engagement with civil society. A central milestone will be the design and implementation of the bank's civil society engagement strategy, which we will seek to, 1, establish structured and predictable engagement platforms between CDB and CSOs. 2, enhance access to knowledge, digital tools, and institutional capacity development. 3, expand opportunities for CSOs to access development financing and partnership arrangements. 4, strengthen data-driven and gender-responsive programming approaches. And 5, collaborate with governments and development partners to strengthen the broader ecosystem in which civil society operates. This represents an institutional commitment to co-creative development, inclusive growth, and resilient societies. And resilient societies cannot be achieved without empowered local actors at the center of this process. On this World NGO Day, and in the spirit of Together We Rise, unleashing collective power for people and planet, we reaffirm our respect for the dedication, resilience, and innovation of Caribbean civil society, I beg your pardon. We reaffirm our commitment to partnerships, and we call on all stakeholders present, government, international partners, and multilateral institutions, to convert our shared vision for an enabling environment into measurable, time-bound action. The next 4 years will define our region's progress towards 2030. Let us ensure that civil society is not merely engaged, but empowered, resourced, and central to the Caribbean's sustainable development journey. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yearwood. You said something that really resonated with me. Co-creating pathways towards a more enabling reality for our region. I mean, I think you're preaching to the converted in this room. Everybody here knows that governments alone won't be able to solve our collective problems, you know? And so we really appreciate this effort to improve that collaboration so that we can have that hope as we continue to move towards that better reality, that vision we all have for ourselves, for our communities, our families, and for the region. Development is absolutely going to only happen if there is a whole of society approach. So I want you to give Mr. Yearwood another round of applause. And I want you to give a round of applause to Kobo Toolbox, who fixed the pre-test tool. Quick o'clock, they came and said, oh, this is the problem, because I understand persons went on and were not able to access it, right? And if you check now, you should be able to go on. I mean, this is the Kobo magic that they just went on, and in no time at all, it's up and running. Thank you, Kobo Toolbox. We appreciate you. We are pleased now to have, well, we are pleased to have the kind support of the Canadian High Commission, which is also a co-host of this conference. The Canadian High Commission represents Global Affairs Canada, which is a key development partner supporting civil society strengthening and regional collaboration across the Caribbean. We welcome now His Excellency Mark Berman, the High Commissioner of Canada to Jamaica.
Hello, I'm your veterinarian today. Nope, I'm Dr. Brooklyn. See?
All protocols having been eloquently established, good morning. I really am delighted to be here today with you to open this Caribbean Regional CSO Conference and World NGO Day celebration under the theme, The Shift, Igniting Civil Society's Next Chapter. If I can get personal, I've now been in public service since 1990, 36 years. I know I don't look it. And I started very young. And most of that time, I've worked with civil society organizations, large, some of them very powerful, lots of funding, some of them no more than a handful of people. And all have been engaged and have been determined, and governments cannot do their work, international organizations cannot do their work without working hand in hand with civil society organizations. I've now been in this region for 6 years. I've been High Commissioner to Guyana, Ambassador to Suriname, Ambassador to CARICOM. I'm High Commissioner to Jamaica and Bahamas, as well as Consul General to Turks and Caicos. And I can proudly say that I have been in all of your countries, except for Martinique and Dominica. But I'll get there, I promise you. And I have worked with civil society organizations, and I know the work that you do day to day and the importance. However, as the Jamaican Observer noted just last week, this is a time of reckoning for civil society organizations. It's a moment when CSOs are confronting challenges related to funding, to governance, to technology, including AI, sustainability, and to public trust. And across the Caribbean, CSOs are indispensable in meeting the most entrenched development challenges, from climate vulnerability and youth unemployment to gender equality and the protection of the most vulnerable. We can't do it without civil society organizations. But there are persistent challenges that CSOs need to address if you are to be successful to adapt to a shift in which we are now all living. These challenges affect accountability, access to funding, and long-term impact. Weaknesses in governance, frameworks, strategic planning, resource mobilization, and digital readiness all risk limiting organizations' ability to deliver and influence policy in a way that is meaningful within the context of modern society and the changes and challenges that we're now facing. This conference is designed to respond directly to those needs and the skills that CSOs require. The conference will focus on practical work on governance, social return on investment, results-based management, financial resilience, digital tools and AI, and strategic advocacy. And Canada, I can't say this enough, is proud to stand with you. In 2025-26, through the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives across 8 countries in the region, totaling almost $1 million Canadian, from Belize and Jamaica to Guyana, Suriname, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, funding advancing inclusive governance, human rights, peace building, women's economic empowerment, youth resilience, climate adaptation, education access, violence prevention, and mental health. And through LEAF Canada, one of the partners with the CDB, Canada is investing approximately $1.6 million across 11 projects in 7 countries, strengthening crime prevention, workforce upskilling, youth empowerment, community resilience, environmental protection, and climate smart livelihoods. And when crises strike, we act quickly. Following Hurricane Melissa, the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives is delivering 2 humanitarian projects totaling $100,000, and LEAF has earmarked an additional $600,000 to support recovery across 7 parishes in Jamaica, all in partnership with civil society organizations. We gather, as the Jamaican Observer reminded us, at a time when the world order seems to be turned upon its head. And in such times, strong, credible civil society isn't optional. It's essential to democratic resilience and inclusive development. This conference aims to catalyze a genuine shift towards stronger institutions, measurable impact, responsible and ethical use of technology, and deeper regional collaboration. Because while many countries are seeking to advance their own sovereignty and independence, we also know that no man or woman is an island, and together we are stronger. Our call to action is simple and shared. To CSO leaders, use these 4 days to tighten your governance, sharpen your strategy, focus on measuring impact and return on investment, and expand your partnerships. To funders and private sector partners, invest for the long term in institutional capacity, digital readiness, and sustainability, not just projects. And to policymakers, open the space, ensure civil society's voices remain central in shaping national and regional development agendas. On behalf of Canada, thank you for your leadership, your persistence, and your commitment to service. The shift we speak of is not abstract. It is stronger institutions, credible evidence, ethical innovation, regional solidarity, and shared prosperity. Let's use this moment not only to celebrate NGOs, but to equip you to be ready for the next chapter. I really do wish you a wonderful week of celebrating civil society, but also equipping for the next chapter and continued evolution. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Continued evolution, and that's what this is really all about. Faced with the kinds of challenges that we have in the region and across the world, it's time for us to be more innovative than we've ever been, right? More creative than we've ever been. I worked in the FMCG sector for many years, and one key mantra was innovate or die. So if you are not changing and evolving and getting better every day, you are going to become a dinosaur eventually. You're going to be, irrelevant. And so you have to always find ways to change and to adapt and to evolve so that you can continue to have the kind of impact that we need to have across the region. Thank you so much for those words, Your Excellency. We appreciate that. We move now to lay the groundwork for the work that you will do over the next 4 days. I did promise you that you're going to have work to do. Yes. You heard me reference the shift earlier, and both speakers commented on that. We already know that CSOs, you have been working very well and using the resources that you have to achieve some really great outcomes so far. But we know that this conference is about helping you to level up. Yes? So what exactly will that look like? For more on that, we invite Program Manager for the Field Support Services Project, FSSP Caribbean, Mrs. Stephanie Coy. Please make her welcome. Her colleague from the CDB, Mr. Richardo Aiken, Community Development Specialist, also joins her, and they are about to give you your work plan.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Stacey Ann, and I will say all protocols observed. It's really, really wonderful to see everybody, and I am very happy to know that we have so many persons who have joined online. And Richard, I kind of feel with all the speakers that have gone before, we can just say ditto and go back down. You know, everybody is on board with what is the shift, what it is that we need to do. So I feel our work here should be fairly easy.
And in line with that shift, I want to also, while we were sitting, Stephanie, we were discussing the level of representation among our indigenous and tribal peoples of our region. Can I ask our indigenous leaders to stand or represent the indigenous community? Please stand. We have our chief, the first female Kalinago chief, Miss Annette Sanford. Stand, stand, stand. Lovely. These are the people on whose shoulders we stand across these regions. Thank you so much. All right, so for today's conversation, we're going to talk to you about just a few key points. Just looking at briefly about LEAF and CDB and why we are here today in this lovely partnership. Looking at some more in depth around the civil society group and exploring the third sector and why are we here today. We actually did, thirdly, a beneficiary assessment under the Basic Needs Trust Fund 10th cycle, and we had some instructive findings that we sought to act on, and then we'll close with positioning for growth, the shift.
All right, and we will be doing a tag team if you haven't realized, all right? So the Local Engagement and Action Fund, LEAF, is the Local Development Initiative grant mechanism under the Field Support Services Project Caribbean, and it's funded by the Government of Canada. LEAF's objective is to strengthen support for organizations working in vulnerable sectors by improving access to financial resources to enhance their mandate. Now, LEAF began operation in 2022 and will conclude in 2027. To date, we have funded approximately 33 projects valued at over 2.6 million Canadian dollars in 8 countries. And we are referring to Jamaica, Guyana, Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Belize, and Suriname. And these have been to address key developmental issues. And as Stacey would have introduced you to some already, we know we have persons here from those organizations that have received funding under LEAF, as well as organizations that have received funding under the Canadian Fund for Local Initiatives. And I'm happy to say that there are some persons here as well that have participated in the organizational strengthening training that LEAF and also in partnership with CDB that we have conducted.
So about the Basic Needs Trust Fund, this is something that CDB always boasts about. It's the bank's flagship poverty reduction program with over 40 years of improving lives across the region. A few years older than me. Our focus is on providing funding for critical infrastructure, skills, training, and economic empowerment, which is built on a community-driven approach. We have done quite a bit, and we wouldn't be able to share all 40 years today. So over the last 10 years, we have done over 945 infrastructure projects, benefiting over 50,000 people being trained across our 9 participating countries. And you see the number of countries, 9, and the significant investment in transforming people's lives. So for CDB and LEAF, this exceptional partnership, there's a common commitment to strengthening the institutional capacity, sustainability, and influence of CSOs to ensure vibrant, resilient, development-ready CSOs across the Caribbean, because this for us is pivotal to the advancement of our region. And our collaboration is grounded in 2 strategic imperatives. 1, addressing systematic capacity gaps identified through regional investment, including weakness in governance, financial sustainability, advocacy, and human capital development. And we'll talk a little bit about this later in the presentation. And 2, creating an enabling ecosystem for CSOs through structured dialogues, access to financial pathways, leadership development, stronger integration of CSOs into national and regional development planning processes.
So as Richard would have said, CSOs operate alongside public sector, as well as private sector and international development agencies to advance shared goals. CSOs are crucial in fostering social change. As you would have heard His Excellency Mark Bourbon say, we need civil society organizations because government, international development partners, and businesses cannot do it on their own. So CSOs deliver services and advocate for policy improvements in communities worldwide. They are vital partners for sustainable development, complementing public and private sector efforts. And I would dare say that in Jamaica recently, coming out of Hurricane Melissa, and even in other countries in the Caribbean, you would have seen how civil society organizations were crucial in countries being able to recover or to deal with issues that they are facing. So civil society connects policy to people.
And as George spoke about the deadline for our Sustainable Development Goals, which is 2030, CSOs play a pivotal role. With 17 goals, 169 target, and 32 unique indicators, the task is on us as global and regional partners to ensure that we have CSOs that are empowered, because we just cannot do it alone. And our CSOs, we should seek to ensure that there's greater consideration to including CSOs in our decision-making processes, not just as beneficiaries for projects or grant funding, but as partners, as movers and shakers, as those who are critical to achieving the development objectives of our country and our region.
Now, we always hear the third sector of development, and we hear civil society organizations. And I've had somebody say, but hold on, civil society organizations, NGOs, aren't they the same? What's what? So as we proceed, one of the things we wanted to ensure is that it is clear. Civil society organizations, that is the overarching term. And under that, we have typically 4 types: non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations. So we're talking your citizens association, your farmers groups, and we have faith based organizations, as well as foundations and charities, many of which are really, really growing. We have so many private sector organizations now that have their own foundations and charities. So these are the persons that we are referring to when we say the third sector of development. And now we get into the gearbox, the shift, the why. What does that mean? What does that look like? What are we shifting from and what are we shifting to? If civil society organizations are to play the expected pivotal role as a member of the third sector of development, they need to remain agile and adaptive. This imperative is similar to what is required in the public sector, and many governments, many countries have had to undergo public sector transformation. The private sector, too, on regular occasions, have had to shift to meet changing demands and new technologies. So shifting is nothing new. And having gone through COVID, one of the things I know in Jamaica, and I dare say worldwide, the term was the pivot. We all had to pivot. So CSOs are not immune to the change around them and therefore need to shift to meet organizational and societal demands to ensure sustainable operations and continuance of service.
For those of you who could drive a standard vehicle, could you raise your hand?
Good.
Those of you who can drive just an automatic vehicle, could you raise your hand? Don't be afraid, right? Good. So that's the whole idea of the change that we're talking about. There has to be things that are done differently. And this shift was instructed in part. We're also giving credit to other sources of assessments that were done in the past from other organizations, but we're just using for the purpose of this conversation the Basic Needs Trust Fund beneficiary assessment that was conducted in 2023. So what we did, we looked at 120 local leaders from the Basic Needs Trust Fund 10th cycle beneficiary, 32 groups across St. Lucia, Guyana, and Jamaica. And the main purpose was to see how the findings could inform targeted capacity development plan to strengthen governance, advocacy, and operational effectiveness. And through that, we took the findings seriously. And for CDB and LEAF, we came together to coordinate interventions geared at addressing a few capacity gaps, which we'll look at shortly. And these look at proposal writing. We're actually developing an online course on proposal writing, CDB and LEAF, which will be available on the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency and CDB's online platform that will be ready soon. So when you come to our booths, you could talk to us about that. Action, not a bag of mouth, right? We're doing capacity building. CDB last year launched the first online community engagement course for the Caribbean, self-paced with a certificate from the University of Wolverhampton. And what we're looking at now here is our CSO conference. So what you're seeing here is this lovely picture around our current challenges. So from our assessment, we found that community-based organization had limited capacity to write proposals, right? Can anyone tell me quickly what percentage of those you think we surveyed had no proposal writing skill? Any number? One person? 30%, that would have been so great. 94% of those we surveyed had no proposal writing skills. And what was even more alarming is that of that 94%, a few of those people already did proposal writing training. But one indigenous woman told me, Richardo, after these trainings, sometimes with other partners, they often leave more confused than when they came. So the idea is the need for more engagement in these conversations. Limited leadership and governance training, etc., and also low awareness around the SDGs. And you know how critical the SDGs are for coining your proposals as well. If you don't know what the priorities are, then you can't interact with the development partners. Maybe just looking at one or two of the other points, the key human capital, looking at the technical skills. We've had quite a few training with Kobo Toolbox across the region, allowing CSOs to be exposed to digital technology in design of their own interventions. And this week, Kobo Toolbox will also be here to interact with you in person, the leadership and the engagement. So where we are now is a situation where there are key issues to be addressed. Maybe look at two of those. Weak project sustainability. That's if you could get the project, right? And remember the fact that proposal, grant funding is the main vehicle for us to access development resources. And it's even way more alarming when groups struggle with registration. You can't get the funding if you're not registered. I have a colleague from a country who will talk later today that it took her, after our assessment in one of the countries, it took her 1 year to get the group registered and 2 years to get a bank account. And that bank account was not with a commercial bank. So you get the kind of ideas we're talking about, the shift that needs to take place. So we need to move from limited skills to empowered civil society. And the recommendations are training, we mentioned those proposal writing, leadership and governance workshop, and sessions like these that could build the capacity of this civil society. So, some of the key gaps we are looking at are, I won't go through the subpoints, financial sustainability gaps. And you know what that entails in terms of the dependence on donor funding, which is often limited, the human capital gaps, the need for skills training in proposal writing and all these other areas, but making that data-driven, not just going and train people because you want to cover a topic, but making it more fit for purpose and intended. And later on, the Commonwealth Foundation will speak a lot about investment for impact, etc. Directly linked to this particular point. Advocacy and communication gaps. They need to be there to speak to those issues. They need a voice. And they need to find how do we use technology, for example, to strengthen that voice, but also through data collection systems like Kobo Toolbox to strengthen representation of those they seek to serve. And what we require, therefore, is a strategic shift from fragmented, project-dependent CSOs to professional, as you're all looking today, compliant and sustainable institution. And maybe one or two of these enabling priorities: governance and compliance strengthening, access to banking and diversified funding, structured CSO government dialogue platforms being in place, and number two is my number one, simplified registration processes.
So what are we saying? We need to shift from the old mindset, where as CSOs we go, we're just helping. Yes? We now need to move where we are development institutions, right? We're development partners. We're shifting from donors will always fund good work. So we don't really need to have documentation that is very well structured, and we don't need a proper team, because as long as I'm out in the field, then everything is all right. That is good, yes. However, there is a demand for increased accountability. So we need to shift now where we are recognizing impact requires sustainability, financial management is survival, and governance is strategic leadership. So the constitutions, one of the things that the BNTF assessment really highlighted for us is when many CSOs were asked if they had a constitution, majority did not. When they were asked, do you have a strategic plan, whether a 1 year, a 2 year, or even a couple months, none. Then how do you know where you are planning to go? How you know where you want to go, right? So we need a shift in the mindset. If we do not, why do we want to shift? Reduce international aid flows. There is increased competition. And just for me, I remember with Melissa, we had a number of NGOs that were active. But then all of a sudden on my IG, Facebook, I saw individuals now saying that they had registered and they were now mobilizing funds as well. So the field is now extremely competitive because anybody can go online and seek to mobilize resources. So there needs to be greater accountability, and funding is now performance based. So you have a lot of donors that are saying, hold on, show me your impact. What has been your previous results? And if we do not shift, then we are creating a burden on the few persons that are working within your organization. And we are also creating a strain for our communities, because the communities will then not be able to realize that dream. Because when we are seeking the funding and we engage the community groups, we tell them what it is that we hope will be achieved. But if we are not organized and structured to be able to sustain the initiatives, then you will have the funding, you implement a project, the project will take you so far, but more is needed. And then you have to say to the community, sorry, we have no more funding. And they're disappointed, which I'm sure is not what we want to achieve as CSOs. So the shift, what the internal shift looks like. Leadership shift from personality driven to systems driven. The governance shift from ceremonial boards to strategic boards. And your financial shift from survival budgeting to sustainability planning. And for advocacy and communications, from work will speak for itself to declaring what your value proposition is.
So as we move over the next few days, we are really excited about this conversation. And I want to also talk about our shift as well. A shift in mindset among development partners, that we are a part of this wider conversation that involves CSOs. And I think this week for us is a week of listening and interacting. We're all experts in the field. No one knows your community or your space like you do. So we're equally competent with different specified areas. So as you participate, I want you to full participate, right? To ensure you interact and share your views. Because what we come away with at the end of this is an action plan where all of us will have our roles defined. CDB, LEAF, Commonwealth Foundation, Kubo Toolbox, and other partners and the CSOs as well. So it's about creating that solution together that is driven from this conversation.
Well said, my partner in crime. And I would like to say once again, it's really, really a tremendous joy having what I believe is, Richard, the first Caribbean Civil Society Organizations Conference. And so it is wonderful. The shift, as Richard says, has started. And we hope together, because we're not leaving it here, right? So we hope together by the time we are leaving on Friday, we would have built the network amongst ourselves, because one of the things that was said previously is that together we are stronger. And so we have to build those bonds amongst ourselves, because the learning is not from the persons who will be here. It's from you sitting down with each other and speaking about your experiences and relating how you were able to overcome a challenge. And then we are able to see from our perspective, how is it that we can learn from that. So again, thank you very much. I will look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, Stephanie and Richardo. Action, not a bagamout. I don't know if the young people in the room or the people who don't listen to reggae and dancehall got that reference. But if you grew up in the 90s, you understand, right? We are leveling up. So we're moving from just helping to being development institutions. I love that. And I was listening very keenly to Richardo until he called me out and asked for the people who only know how to drive automatic vehicles. Out of order. Give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's very clear to me that you have the leadership and the expertise in the room to really, as they say in corporate, deep dive and get into the meat of the matter and achieve the key objectives, which ultimately is to create that shift to propel you forward. I love my job because like today I learned something new. Every day I learned something new. I did not know that the civil society organization is the umbrella name, and then below that you have NGOs, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, and then foundations and charities. Look at that. I feel like a bright student today, I'm saying. I learned something. So ladies and gentlemen, as Richardo said, we want you to full-ticipate, not participate. Yes? Got it? Full-ticipate over these 4 days. And this is where we conclude the opening session. We're going to move now into the full conference program, and that's where all of the fun and excitement begins. And the work, the engagement, the practical learnings will take place. This is also where I take my leave and hand you over to the very capable Miss Karen Phillips, Local Development Initiative Coordinator at the FSSP. Thank you so much for your attention. Miss Karen.
Us short people. Good morning to everyone. As she said, my name is Karen Phillip, and I am, most of you all would know me as the Local Engagement and Action Fund Coordinator. And special thanks to Stephanie and Machado for that powerful framing. But before we go in, we want to frame the rest of the week and also give you all a bit of the logistics. For those who are looking for the bathrooms, there are bathrooms to your right, or you could go to your left and walk to the lobby, and they will have additional bathrooms there. The collaboration corner is right where you registered for the conference. Also out there will also have the medic. If you have a medical need, they should have a medic team out there as well. As they said, we are live streaming. We are asking that you keep all phones on silent so that we don't have any disruptions. If you have a question when it is going on and it's time for question and answer, raise your hand and a microphone will be provided to you. And if you have not done your pre-test as yet, please log on to the portal. They should have the QR code on your table for you. As we said, it has been fixed. Please log in because we're shifting, and we need to be able to measure, to be able to manage, right? So what are we going to be doing for the rest of the week? So today we're looking at establishing organizational blueprints for success. We are going to have a wonderful discussion about investing for impact, measuring for impact, and then structuring for success. And before we leave, we are going to have you all doing some action planning because we don't want you all to come, hear all these new terms, and not be able to put it into practice. So we're also going to have action planning this evening. Tomorrow we're going to talk about funding the vision, hearing from various donors about what they are looking for and how you could improve and sharpen your skills to ensure that you could fund the vision for your organization. Then we will talk about social entrepreneurship. That's like the new buzzword in the sector. So we want to hear from the persons who have been doing it before it came a buzzword, those who have been successful, and we'll be hearing from our people. So we'll be hearing from persons from St. Lucia, from Barbados, and also from Jamaica. And then we're going to do some more work to see how we can put this into action. On the third day, we're looking to improve our use of technology. We saw the wonderful AI assisted flyers. So how could we do that? We talked about not saying that the good work will just help. How do we structure our social media campaigns in a way that it actually reaches the audience that we want it to have, and we get the best return on investment for our time with social media? We'll also be talking about technology for sustainability. And we're going to have a fun to be able to develop your own pitch and to get feedback on it to see if you have learned and you're able to take these tools to ensure that you go viral as well. And then on the fourth day, what are we doing on the fourth day? What are we doing on Friday? We're celebrating all our hard work that we've done, all the times that the NGOs have shown up when things have gotten tough. This is their day where we get to tell them thank you for their hard work. So we get to celebrate you all. And now we're going to be moving into our first working session of the day that would build directly on what we just heard about the importance of the shift. So we're going to invite the Commonwealth Foundation to share how they approach investing for impact and how this shift is reflected in their own strategic direction. Our first member of the panel is Razim Farouk, the Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation. She brings an exceptional leadership experience from a senior role in civil society and intergovernmental organizations, including United Nations, the International Federation of the Red Cross, Action Aid International. Across these roles, she has led a complex humanitarian and development portfolios spanning Africa, Asia Pacific, and the Middle East. She will be joined by some CEO partners who will share practical examples of how these investments translate into real impact. Could we welcome Razim? Also with her, representing the Council of the Voluntary Social Service, is Nancy Pinash, the Executive Director. The Council for Voluntary Social Services is one of Jamaica's longest standing umbrella bodies with voluntary and community-based organizations working to strengthen the governance standards and coordination and capacity around civil society sector. Representing Equality for All Foundation Jamaica is Glenmarie Murray, the Executive Director. It is a national human rights organization advocating for equality, safety, and inclusion for the LGBTQI+ Jamaicans through policy, advocacy, research, and public education and community engagement. And we're also going to be joined by Richardo. And I am going to hand over to Richardo at this time.
Mic check. Good. All right. So good morning again, everyone. Good morning again, everyone. Good morning. All right. All right. All right. Thank you so much. So we're now moving into our panel or our first discussion, and we're looking around. How do we look at continue the conversation around igniting civil society, the next chapter? And what we found as well is around the Caribbean, civil society organizations are operating in an increasingly complex and constrained environment. Fiscal pressures are tightening, public budgets, we have the climate vulnerability. In fact, the Caribbean is considered one of the most vulnerable regions across the world. In this environment, incremental adjustment is no longer sufficient. If civil society is to remain relevant, resilient, and influential, a more fundamental shift is required, not only to how organizations operate, but in how they are resourced, structured, and supported to deliver impact. The earlier presentation laid out the foundation for why this shift is necessary. But for this session, it turns to a critical enabling question. If we agree that the shift is needed, do we agree that the shift is needed? I see the nodding. I want you to say yes or no, right? One more time. Do you agree that this shift is needed? Right. Then the question is, what are we investing to make that shift possible? And too often, I want to also pause to recognize the director of the National Integrity Action, Mr. Gavin Myers. Could you wave to us, please, sir? Put your hands together for Gavin. Welcome. Good to have you. Too often, funding for civil society remains short-term, project-based, and output-driven. We fund activities, we count workshops, we measure immediate deliverables. But sustainable development and change is not built on activity alone. The shift required us to move from funding activities to investing in outcomes, from short-term outputs to long-term systematic change, from project delivery to institutional strengthening. The real question is not simply how much funding is required, but what kind of investment philosophy underpins it. If we are serious about igniting civil society's next chapter, then we must invest in what makes organization durable and influential. Institutional resilience, strong governance system, leadership development, financial sustainability, strategic partnership. This is how organizations move from surviving to shaping systems. And importantly, partners to move from transactional grants to strategic partnerships. It requires an integration of CSOs meaningfully into development planning. It requires financial system to become more accessible. It requires donor to align funding with long-term project trajectories. The Commonwealth Foundation reflection today demonstrate that meaningful shift is not accidental. It is the result of deliberate strategic investment choices where grants are positioned not simply as financial transfers, but as a catalyst for long-term transformation. So as we reflect on this theme, the shift, igniting civil society's next chapter, let us recognize the shift is not a slogan. It is a redesign of how we think about funding, partnership, accountability, and sustainability. And so I leave us with this. If we agree that a shift is needed, are we bold enough to invest in the kind of institutions, leadership, and system that will make that shift possible? If we agree that this shift is needed, are we bold enough to invest in the kinds of institutions, leadership, and system that makes the shift possible? Because the future of sustainable development of our region depends not only on what we fund, but what we choose to strengthen. Thank you very much. I now hand over to Razmi to share her thoughts.
Hi, everybody. If it's okay, stand there. Thank you. It just helps me to see everyone. I just want to start by saying it's really a very big privilege and honor to be in this room, and really grateful to the collaboration with Caribbean Development Bank. Thank you, George and Richardo, Georgia and others, also from LEAF. Really appreciate your support. But most of all, the reason we are here from the Commonwealth Foundation is we really wanted to engage with civil society, to meet you in person, to understand your needs, to respect your time. I just want to start by saying I know the efforts that you put in and the struggles that you face, and we have to understand your realities. And I think this show of partnership is also around creating a safe space where we are stakeholders together in facing the same challenges that our communities and our countries are presented with. And the funding is one aspect, but the money is never enough. It's about much more than that. And it's, so I think I've heard many of the presenters earlier talking about us being innovative and agile. For me, there is no other space that is more innovative and agile than civil society. We're always reinventing ourselves, always trying ways to find solutions, and we will continue to do that because as the world is changing, so we have to change too. So really, thank you so much for your time, because I know your time is precious. And let's not forget that the real battery or the energy that comes from civil society is our commitment, our passion, our values, the extent we reach out and do things beyond the call of duty. This is what is the common currency of our work. And that is something that is invisible, but should never be taken for granted. So I want to make sure that we respect that and honor that. Thank you. In terms of investing in the shift, I really appreciate the challenge that's been presented to us, because definitely we are in extraordinary times. And we can see the world as it unfolds politically, how much more challenging it is becoming. And I can feel it in this new role that I've taken in September as the Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation. From the majority of my working career in the last 25 years, where I sort of built it on a values-based system. And there has been some understanding around rules-based engagement. But with some of that being challenged today, there is something we need to think of within civil society around it's not taken for granted anymore. Where maybe we had a bandage, we are now struggling to survive. Our very existence around values is being challenged. So we are here as the Commonwealth Foundation really to engage with you as we develop our new strategy for the next 5 years, 2026 to 31. And we want to understand from you, from the Caribbean context, and I must humbly admit that the Caribbean is new to me. I've worked extensively across the world, but it definitely is something I'm here to learn more about. And I want to be informed by your experience, your challenges, your solutions, your innovations in terms of how we develop and define the Commonwealth Foundation strategy. So we recognize, just as speakers before us have mentioned, or me, inequality is growing. I was just in Sri Lanka for 7 years, a country that was massively impacted by the socioeconomic crisis. And then we had floods last year, which really set back the development gains. And I can see that in Jamaica, Hurricane Melissa has had a huge impact on the economy and all the progress that we make. At the same time, we have to start again sometimes and reaffirm our commitments. So, I mean, obviously appreciating what the people of Jamaica have been through in the last few months as well. I think for me, the strategic shift is really how do we move away, and we've talked about this in civil society, from project-based funding to more tangible, longer-term changes. But it's difficult because funding is also critical to enabling that. But what else is it about investing in our ecosystem that will enable us to do that in a way that is more sustainable for all of us? I think that a big part of it, and we probably don't put enough emphasis on it because civil society is so well organized and connected, is around the space for dialogue. You know, even just being in this room, the solidarity that we feel. Sometimes we need that space for solidarity and support. So I respect those who have convened this space to bring us together, to come to find solutions together and to understand each other's realities and how we can come up with ways of working that will help enhance and strengthen what you're doing in the Caribbean. I think we need to continue to reaffirm the commitment to grassroots leadership. And wow, I was very appreciative of Ricardo's recognition of that and of the indigenous and tribal leaders who are here. I really think that's important. I think too many spaces we don't have those communities in our spaces. I even saw a young lady here who's obviously, you know, for her this conference wouldn't be a very exciting opportunity, but I think they've taken her out. But also children and young people who are not always in the room, and their realities and their priorities that we need to engender and engage with. I think institutions and their resilience we recognize is a real challenge. Institutions have their moments. It's like a cycle. There are moments of optimum gain and impact, and then sustainability means they can fold and start again. And managing the staffing composites and the volunteer bases and the organization, the structures and the policies. I've worked with many organizations over my time and realize how much of an effort that is on a day-to-day basis. So really what we want to try and do is to bring those realities into the spaces we work. And as the Commonwealth Foundation, and working closely with the wider Commonwealth family, especially the Secretariat, we have access to government. And I know from working in civil society how difficult that is. We can be a bridge. We can help to open those doors, bring those issues to the spaces they matter in the ministerial meetings, or we have the Foreign Affairs Ministers Roundtable. We also have upcoming the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, which is going to be hosted in Antigua. And we will have our own Commonwealth People's Forum that the Foundation is responsible for hosting. We want to see you there. We want to hear your voices. We don't want to be represented by the same old suspects. And that's why we're here. We want to get to know you, to understand how we can work with our partners to help you to bring your messages, to bring your issues of concern, to bring your solutions to those decision makers who really need to act on our advice and guidance and understanding of reality. And as Ricardo said, you are the experts. You know the realities that you face. For us, next slide, please. We have had to settle. We are a small foundation with a global remit, small and mighty, I would say. So we have 3 areas that we decided we need to focus on, and they're still very large. And the reason being is because we have a global membership, we need to be able to give space for Commonwealth civil society to really identify and prioritize areas that are important to them. But one of the things we said was freedom of expression is critical. It is continuing to be challenged. Civil society space is continuing to shrink. And with more autocratic, oligarchical decision makers, we are struggling to have that space, to hold that freedom to express, to organize. Movements play a big part in all of this. So how do we as the foundation continue to enable, support and amplify civil society's requirements for this? Economic inclusion is a new area, and I think this is why it's great that we're here with the LEAF and the Caribbean Development Bank, because the rich, as we have said many times, are getting much richer, and many are left behind. And I think it's 30% of the global population is further being pushed into poverty. So we have a situation that is unfolding before our eyes, specifically after COVID and the socioeconomic impacts. We feel it. We feel it in our realities, in our families, in our homes, in the civil society space, where jobs are really squeezed, where international development funding has been cut. How do we engage with this issue of economic inclusion? So there's a lot of push from governments around growth and the growth agenda, but it's growth without leaving even more people behind. And what do we need to do as civil society and as leaders in this space to make sure that that issue is addressed? And finally, you more than anyone know the impact of climate change on small island developing states, and the challenges that poses across all of our issues around our civil society space, around our economic development gains, around our health indicators, because fundamentally those communities that live in more removed areas in the climate hotspots are the ones most affected, and with the most limited access to health and economic development, approaches and spaces. So we are here really, next slide, please, is to really look at how can we support you to strengthen your organization so that you can endure during these crises. How can we also look at other ways of amplifying voice, using creative space, bringing the voices of young people, bringing the experience of indigenous communities who can see the changes in their environments day by day and the impact that it's having? How do your grassroots community organizations, when you work with marginalized populations, facing the everyday realities of your communities, your families, your people, bring those realities into a much more diverse space, really driven by the context that you work in, which even in one country can be so diverse? We acknowledge that resilience in small states is even more challenging, the infrastructure, the finances, the realpolitik. But there's a lot of common ground that we can gain. At the Commonwealth, we have a large composite of our member countries are from small island states. So we really want to bring them together from the Pacific, from the Caribbean, from the Indian Ocean islands to amplify our voices through our togetherness. So I just wanted to wrap up by, strengthening our legitimacy. Our legitimacy matters. Coming together will strengthen our legitimacy. How can we work together in a pragmatic way, build on our trusted relationships, our creative expressions, engage meaningfully? I loved what our MC said around not participation, but full participation. And I think we're fully engaged, but there is more that we can do. So really, this is, as Richardo rightly said, a moment to learn and understand and to appreciate everything that you bring to the table, and to find ways in which we can use our doorway, our avenue, our opportunities to amplify and support your cause. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Razmi. And I think we're going to now hear from Nancy and Glenroy, and they will share with us 10 minutes each, reflecting on one or two specific investments that made that would have been their organization would have led on, that would have made some meaningful change. So moving from the conversation as to what is possible, and I'm happy with that window provided by Razmi. If you remember nothing else, remember that opportunity for us to have some connection with the Commonwealth Foundation to assist us in that global space. And there's quite a bit of lesson that we could learn from what is being done in that space as well, that we as a Caribbean can definitely learn from. So thank you so much for that, Razmi. But Nancy, Glenroy, you want to go first, Nancy?
Yes, thank you very much. Before I get into a little bit of what CVSS has done in terms of investing for impact and in investing for the long term, I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you. I think the organizers, I think the theme is not only appropriate, it's extremely timely given the changes in the availability of funding, what we all experienced in our response to COVID. And this session is kind of grounded in the conference theme is the shift, igniting civil society's next chapter, but we're running out of gas. So unless we are really able to grasp what some of the fundamental pieces are, and this I thought was a fantastic opportunity because it got me thinking about the structure of grants, how sustainable grants really are, how sustainable activity-based funding is for all of us. Because nobody can doubt that all of us invest, and CVSS is as an umbrella organization, we invest in civil societies, human resource skills, project management skills. We do a lot of MENL courses. We are inundated with civil society doing our courses and our certifications. Everybody wants to do them. So we are equipping ourselves. But what's happening around us is causing us to be left behind, and we're struggling. This structure of grant funding needs to be properly thought about. Co-financing, the lack of performance-based financing, it exists in all other contracts. But for the Caribbean, apparently, we can't apply performance-based funding. I think the Commonwealth Foundation is one of the few organizations that applies it and uses it. It's about trust, it's about accountability, it's about transparency. It seems as though I'm not quite sure what we're missing here, but these pieces we're investing in are all moving us into that space. There's one more piece that, if you'll indulge me, I would like to use this space to kind of rally a little bit of dialogue and thought around, and was the creation of what I call a NGO equivalent of a public-private partnership. The government of Jamaica has used this extensively. I mean, in my past life, I actually worked with it, which made me think, why is the government of Jamaica not using civil society who are best equipped to deliver services to grassroots communities, individuals? They're in the space, they know them intimately, we're efficient, we're resourceful. Engage us. Now remember, the contract, PPP is actually a form of procurement. So it would involve a lot of work to get the government to start to put this in place. It would require a whole different set of kind of almost legislation, I think, and regulations. But it is doable. And investing in that type of advocacy to push towards that, it won't happen today. It's the only way we're all going to survive, I think, long term. This reliance on grant funding is not going to work. This proposition, I think you can go to the next slide of what we've done. Some of us will be so lucky as to have a little funding available to invest in a building, a printer, maybe a little resource hub. That's not going to be enough, because we're also catering to individuals and partners who don't really always have the resources to pay us. So we're just constantly in this loop. But we invested under an EU program. It was a platform together with another one of our partners, VPA, who built it to capture data, so that it did two things, I thought. It was looking at the macro impact. If we were able to get enough civil society organizations to sign on, we'd be able to get a fulsome picture of the impact of civil society in Jamaica. Because when we want to lobby for, whether it's the new act that they're proposing for civil society, when we want to lobby for a change in procurement of contracts within government, we can say, this is what we do, this is our impact, this is who we are, we use this much money, and look at what we're able to achieve. So this, we thought, was an important tool for civil society. It doesn't really translate necessarily into revenue, but infrastructure in terms of who we are will ultimately grow the industry. And as an umbrella organization, that's our role. We consider that important. I think you can go to the other. Right, so we've invested in tools that our civil society members use. They're able to access our meeting room. But again, those aren't really the big picture items. I really think we need to move towards thinking and a complete restructure and a reset. And I think this is so timely. I think Richardo gets it. I think Commonwealth get it. And I think the next steps are really focusing on moving the needle towards achieving this, or we all won't survive. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Nancy, a really tough act to follow. You hit the nail on the head on a lot of the points raised about what types of funding models we need to start being engaged in to address the issues that we're raising. But before I add to that conversation, I think it is valuable for me to situate myself and my organization within the context of civil society. So I start by acknowledging that I am fortunate to work with an organization that is privileged in a lot of ways. As I was hearing a conversation about the shift, talking about strengthening financial systems, strengthening M&E, being able to measure impact, having strategic plans, this is something that in the 10 years that I've worked at this organization has always been some form of a reality. And we've therefore benefited from what has come with having those things in place in terms of the kinds of funding that we've been able to access. And so when I think about what it means to invest for impact, I think of two things. I think how we've invested in ourselves, but also how we've invested in our community. So how we've invested in ourselves, as Nancy gestured to, is following a fire in 2018 where we lost the rented space that we were in. We did massive fundraising to be able to eventually, 4 years later, purchase and own our own office space in this moment, where now we have a permanent space that we're fully the legal owners of. Thank you. And that doesn't only mean a benefit for us, it means a benefit for our community. It reduces a lot of our operational costs, not only for rent, but if we have small events, we can do that there. But it also provides a space for other smaller community organizations to access. But then when I think about how we've invested in our community, I think about Pride in Jamaica and it being an original initiative of ours in 2015. And it was a very costly initiative because at the time it was a political moment to represent our identities in a Jamaican context. And as the years went on and COVID happened, we realized we could not sustain that effort. And so we said to ourselves internally, how do we make it such that Pride can continue even if we as an organization weren't at the center of it? So we started by saying, hey, we could share this responsibility, but then we recognized we couldn't just go to our community and say, hey, this massive event that we have or these massive week-long events that we have, you just do them. So we took time, we did a series of trainings with our community members so that they could be prepared that when we did the call, I think the year was 2022, 2023, they were prepared to make submissions to have their own activities. And we kept investing in community's capacity to lead these events until last year when we did it, we only had to host one event in a week of 13. And so for us, investing in impact also means investing in your inevitable reduction in what you do. Because as civil society organizations, we have a tendency to want to be all for everyone, and that is unsustainable and impossible. A part of investing for impact is recognizing that you have to build someone else to do the work that you can't do in the long run. And so to the kind of funding models that made that possible for us, it's exactly what you're talking about, Nancy. It's payment for performance. We've been lucky to benefit from that a couple of times, where the fact that we've delivered the thing that we've promised allows us now to retain funds for the future, especially times like now when things are tighter. There was one project that we had, and the savings that we had for that because of that performance-based payment held us over for about 2 years and blocked some of those whole gaps in our budget. So that's something I think more donors can begin to think about. I know there's a lot of appetite for making sure that the money that is spent covers this activity and we go through the budget line. But if we're talking about flexible funding arrangements that are empowering, that lead to institutional sustainability and capacity strengthening, you need to start looking at models that doesn't have us, because we didn't spend all of $50, we spent 45, we have to give back that 5 that maybe we don't need for this project, but we might be able to use for a future investment. So those are some of the things that I think are important to think about as we have this conversation about how we invest for the future. Thanks.
All right, put your hands together for them. Thank you so much. While I'll ask Razmi to weigh in on those two presentations, I'm going to also just think through among yourselves if there's 1 or 2 examples from a country that would have done an intervention that you would have considered aligned. You could maybe share just 1 or 2 of those examples of those as well. And it doesn't have to be high impact. It could also be based on your local community context as well. Razmi, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, what's really enlightening for me is we've obviously funded the 2 organizations that are here, and to hear from you what's worked, what's not worked, even if small contribution helps you to get to that level of sustainability and support for civil society. I liked your points around what is the role of civil society, how can we get to a point of being more engaged. I think the service delivery idea and how that is further developed with a relationship with government is obviously scalability and impact, a really important understanding. I think the challenge is sometimes the transactional relationship and how that can be a huge burden sometimes to smaller civil society organizations, and making sure that the capacity is invested to support that and that it is as equitable a relationship as possible. I think the thing that you were saying, Gilroy, is how even just having your basic office space and being able to open that up and not to worry about the day-to-day survival of your organization gives you the headspace to look at how you can then support others to do the critical work that you need to do. And I think this is a battle that civil society has been fighting around core costs and the importance of core costs. And also when we invest in staff, the challenges of retaining and maintaining staff, and the opportunities that they may move on to, and then reinventing ourselves again. I think we are conscious as a foundation and a donor of the importance of having flexible funding mechanisms that are responsive to the needs of smaller organizations. We're very focused on funding smaller organizations for this reason, even if it is small budgets. And it's primarily also to make sure that the systems are not so bureaucratic that they strangle the organization because you're so busy reporting. And anyway, in terms of the relationship with organizations, it's a huge amount of trust. So it's really knowing and understanding the work of the organization. How do you demonstrate your impact? How do you communicate that? And sometimes I think organizations also struggle because they're so busy running their day-to-day activity that they don't have time to take stock and communicate what they're doing and to really highlight their successes and and show the impact that they're making. And I think this is a lesson I've learned from working for 25 years in the sector. How do we do that better?
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for Rasmi. That's great. So we hear some thoughts from the Belize network of NGO. Introduce yourself and just share your thoughts.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marla Cancino, and I represent the Belize network of NGOs. When it comes to investment for impact in the Belize context, I would say there are some challenges. I think most of us, have experienced a lot of those funding cuts that have been, happening, and many organizations in Belize have been affected. But I think what's more important to highlight right now, I think, and I'm going to speak more about this on Friday, is that currently the legislative framework governing CSOs in Belize is actually posing a lot of challenges, and it's affecting the way that these organizations get funding in Belize. Because if you're not legally operating in the country, which means that you're not registered or perhaps you've been struck off the system, you cannot apply for these fundings. So what BNN is currently doing is that we are working with the Financial Services Commission to see how we can review the legislation and just make it more enabling. Again, I think that word is key. And make it more enabling for these organizations to be able to stay compliant and, just be able to function and continue doing the work that they're doing, which means that they would be more eligible for funding and, of course, and I think focusing on the impact, they will be able to have a much greater impact in the communities that they work. But yeah. So I'm happy to talk more about this on Friday, and if there's any specific questions that you have, I'll be happy to clarify.
All right, put your hands together for Belize network of NGOs. It's very good to get different perspectives. All right, I have another perspective from my colleague here.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. I'm Nadine Chambers-Goss. I'm the Executive Director for Rise Life Management Services. And, as Nancy mentioned, and really most persons this morning, this conference is really so timely as it pertains to the issue of investment for impact. My partner here, Gavin, and I were just talking about the government and how we need to be doing things so much more differently. We are at a space now, both as countries and organizations, where we have to see the value that we can bring to each other. And I think that the value, the kind of expertise that we have within civil society is so underestimated and underrepresented by the government and even by private sector entities as well. A part of it is also to be put on our heads. You know, I don't think we've done ourselves adequate justice to really sell sometimes the kind of difference and what we bring to the table. I think it was Stephanie who mentioned we need to see ourselves as so much more than groups that do good. We are groups that actively contribute to the development of our countries, the resilience, and we give hope to our people to move from one state to the next where they can feel that, yes, I can make a contribution to my family, my community, my country. What we have tried to do in our organization, Rise Life Management Services, is really pivot. So the expertise that we would have acquired while delivering our projects, like project management, for example, training, which we do in our life skills component, we're now looking to see how we can repackage that so that private sector entities can see the value of us working with their employees. And this has been a way that we have now been generating funding to kind of keep ourselves going, you know, in the midst of this reduced grant funding that's available more globally. The challenge, though, is that it's not everybody who has, given the nature of the work that they do, it's not always going to be easy to create these packages to appeal to a private sector partner, for example. But I think there are so many ways which, if the government, you know, a lot of the works that CSOs do will align with all of the strategic priorities for government entities. So why aren't we working closer together? So I think as the newly appointed, right, from Commonwealth Foundation mentioned, what we need is to really have these more significant conversations with our government ministries to say that, look, we are all about development for the region. We have the expertise, we have the know-how in terms of reaching the people, in terms of managing very, very limited resources and getting significant results. So I believe that is one of the things that we need to push. Thank you.
All right, excellent, excellent. I think I could maybe take one more, and then we'll allow our panelists to respond. I think we're also, I think, anyone else want to share any thoughts? Oh, sorry. Let's take this 1 second. Let me take, or let me go here and come back. Mr. Gordon, you know I'll come back to you, right? Or I can't go back to St. Mary. Where am I going now? Oh.
Yes, I'm from St. Thomas, the Landry Ramble Benevolent Society. It's a community group, and it's just a testimony upon funding from CDB, right? And out of that project, which is a disaster risk project management project, we get a lot of trainings, and out of that training, the organization built up with the Jamaica Agricultural Society, the JS, which deal with agriculture, and we deal with the ladies. The ladies, they will do processing. But out of that now, we create a agro park where the farmers with lease land subdivide it and creating production for the ladies can process. But out of that now, what happened, our problem, the infrastructure never accomplished. And if we just have the accomplish that infrastructure where the ladies could sit down and do the processing, then we could produce many more other crops where processing can go on. And I think the way forward for the Jamaica and the Caribbean can develop is through agriculture. Agriculture can create a vast amount of employment. Right now, I leave my community in Landy right now. The ladies right now reaping tons of onion right now. You understand me? And they're creating a lot of employment, and it comes through just because of building capacity through the CDB project. We teach us how to create our own funding of our own personal self. And we can do a lot more.
All right, thank you so much. So we're going to Mr. Gordon, and then we'll take one more, and then we just do the comments, and then we wrap up.
Is it still morning? Good morning. I'm Wordsworth Gordon from the Jeffertown Farmers Association in St. Mary. And I'm must say that CVSS, during our growth period, we did access your training facility. I really did not know that you still exist. I'm glad that you are. It's fantastic. You know, the first fantastic job. The issue regards to engaging government is something that we miss one factor, that the local government reform or structure that was put in place has never worked for whatever reason, irrespective of which political party in power. And the real answer to that is accountability. Because for the system to work, it means that the representatives are supposed to work with the local group, with all their issues, and take it through that system. So therefore, it is not beneficial as far as the politicians are concerned for that to happen, because they want to be the godfather, and they're the ones who make the decisions. They don't want to be accountable to anybody. So that is the issue that we in Jamaica have. You know, I've been very active in our community because I've been active all my life. I spent 28 years in England and I was active. You know, all the fight, anti-apartheid, equality, you know, trade union leader, organizer. So I get back home in 1994. I joined my local group in 91, Farmers Group. And I got back, returned home in 94. And we've been involved in all things. We ignore the obstacles, the politicians, in a sense. Because I'm political, but I'm not tribal. You cannot be tribal. And if you're tribal, then you don't really represent the people. So therefore, we have to give empowerment to local groups. More important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Gordon. So we have our last question from Jamal from Deaf Caribbean. So he'll sign and then his interpreter will communicate on his behalf. Okay.
Good morning, everyone, and the leadership members that are present. It's a pleasure to be here today. And this is the first time that a deaf is being represented in the Caribbean at this kind of event. And to be inclusive of the deaf community is very important. When we look at deaf persons within the Caribbean and in various organizations, I'm sure you know most organizations do have persons with disabilities. However, the deaf representation is often left behind. And so when we look at inclusion and disabilities, we want to ensure that the deaf community is developed in a more representative way around the Caribbean. And when we look at, you know, all of the various organizations, deaf do have the ability. Their training development, that's helpful. And we don't often have enough access for these. So I really wish for you to see this today and to continue to partner more, invest, think of how you can invest, how you can advocate to the government to support the deaf community and bring them to the table to be inclusive, as we are all equal and we are all the same. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you so much for the engagement. So what we'll do, we'll take short responses from Nancy and Glenroy, just maybe a minute and a half each. We're almost out of time. And then we'll allow Razmi to do her perspective and just close us off as well. Glenroy?
Sure. Of all the points raised, I think something that stood out to me is the value of partnership across civil society, meaning there are different ways in which we can work together to address the various issues that we have, whether it is advocating together around the legal barriers that are coming up with this new slate of legislation around NGOs and charities and so on, or it's about sharing our expertise or training and sometimes providing services to each other given the skill sets that we have. Some of us, for example, my organization has a research arm now that is doing research in the Eastern Caribbean for another civil society organization. So there are things that we can also sell to each other based on the budgets that we have to make sure that that grant money then serves a greater purpose. So those are some of the partnerships I think that we can begin to also integrate into that conversation about sustainability and impact.
Put your hands together for him. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Glenroy, because I think you hit the nail on the head that I think that we're only going to achieve this together. There's so much pieces. That piece about the registration, CVSS has spent 6 months doing a legal analysis of the law, the Charities Act, only to hear that they're already revising it. And yes, you will get a draft when it's finished. But we say no, not about us, without us. So we finally have a meeting with the minister. But I'm going to speak to Belize, because Belize is way ahead of the region. They have a senator for civil society, if I'm not correct. And why are we not going there? That's where we want to be. What Glenworth is talking about, I think he's on the mark. I think you understand exactly the play and the nuances that I think we may not understand. And I think we've all got to rally around together. The time is nigh. If we don't do it now, we are not going to survive. My Nadine, who is another older NGO, they really have pivoted and they've been able to ensure that the skill set of their staff and their employees, they've invested in them and they've ensured that they could maintain them by offering service to both public and private sector. So they very quickly, early in the day, were able to, I don't want to say reinvent themselves, but reinforce who they are and what they do. And they've been able to survive hard, but survive. So there are lessons all of us can learn from each other. And it's really important that we work together and move towards, I think the next big step after the charities is a situation of looking at this private CSO public partnership in a more structured framework. So thank you very much. And again, thank you to Commonwealth for this opportunity, because it really is timely. And you've set us on the right path. I don't know, I think you've unleashed the beast, but anyway.
All right, thank you so much. Put your hands together for Nancy as well. I will now have the thoughts from Razmi, and then we'll close off.
Yeah, I mean, really, this political engagement is the thing that I'm taking away, and I think this is the thing I also see the opportunity. Having been in civil society for so long and feeling like so disconnected from where those decisions are made, and now with the Commonwealth Foundation's opportunity. To give you an example really briefly, I was in the Pacific 2 weeks ago, so I'm still struggling with the time difference. And I was at the Commonwealth Law Ministers meeting. So we had a room full of ministers of justice from across the Commonwealth and the attorney generals for each of those countries. 56. Imagine the power in the room. And I met with an organization that works on, a civil society organization in Fiji that works on constitutional reform. And they didn't have a door into that space, but they were doing all this work on preventing and reviewing the constitution and, safeguarding the legal space. And I thought to myself, we need to find ways to bring civil society into the room. So I think use your allies and galvanize together to find a framework and a strategy to support an agenda around representation and meaningful representation. I like the examples Nancy brought. And then just finally, really excellent to see our representative of those who are challenged, the deaf, the blind, the disabled. It's really important that when we talk about inclusion and when we talk about reaching marginalized spaces, that we have those people in the room who can represent themselves and advocate for the issues that they face. So deep respect, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And put your hands together for our panelists. And just one quick thought. So at the CDB's Basic Needs Trust Fund, we have a few examples of those interventions. Jamal, around persons with disability, we actually have a facility that we finance in Guyana that deals with an educational institution, and I think that model is also being replicated by the government of Guyana as well. So Jamal, I'm connecting you with Beverly. You could stand Beverly. Stand Beverly. So you could talk to Beverly Jamal before you leave. And thank you again. I really appreciate the full participation. And over to Karen. Thank you.
All right, and we also have with us Cheryl Adams, who is representing the Voice of Disabled, who was a Canada Leaf, Canada Fund for Local Initiatives grantee 2004-2005. So if we could also make Cheryl Adams feel welcome. Cheryl, could you stand for us, please? So we have full representation and we have accommodation for those who need it. So we know that it's been a long morning, as most mornings have been. But we also, for those who have the honor of being in rooms with me before, know that I love to give out treats. So before we move on, who wants to be the brave person to give me a brief recap of what we did so far for the morning? And y'all know I know the names in the room. So if we don't get volunteer, we will get voluntold. And everybody all of a sudden is looking at their phones. So Kobe from Guyana, if we could get a mic to this table in the front, table 7. Come, Kobe, please stand. He is representing the Guyana Parenthood Responsible Parenthood Association.
Wow, Karen. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Karen. I'm Kobe Smith. I'm from the Guyana Responsible Parenthood Association, GRPA. We're the leading non-governmental organization in Guyana providing sexual and reproductive health services for 50 years in Guyana since 1975. We've also led work on advocacy and so on. Anyway, one of the things that we really heard, and Karen, I have your permission to start from the beginning of the program. We heard from the head of the CDB this morning about the CDB's shift as well to not just include but also engage CSOs in its new frontier in terms of development and ensuring that the bank not just engages with, as we would say in Guyana, regular partners, but also incorporating CSOs because they too need diverse funding streams. We went to Mr. Mark Berman, who interestingly was the Canadian High Commissioner in Guyana maybe 2 years ago, and he also spoke about Canada's reliable partnerships with CSOs. He spoke about the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, the LEAF program, and other programs across the Caribbean that are really meant to not just support, but really nurture CSOs in the new way in which we work, ensuring that we work across climate resilience, we work across health and education and youth empowerment, and really ensuring that CSOs have that real cushion for funding as we move ahead into the next 5 years and beyond. As we move into the other part of the program, Karen, and Karen, you actually didn't give me a time, so you can cut me when you see. Oh, you said brief. You said brief. But I'm gonna end on the other part. We heard from Stephanie Coy, and I forgot his name. He's a community development specialist from CDB, and really laying out the partnership between the CDB as well as LEAF, and really understanding why we're here, why we really need to adapt and shift and evolve. And then, of course, we have the incredible panelists representing the Commonwealth Foundation and the other partners talking about what models they've used to really adapt and how we can really use their experiences as we implement our own programs. We spoke about funding, we spoke about flexible funding as well, and how CSOs can really find sustainable ways with how we continue our work, but also the international partners like the Commonwealth Foundation providing small and flexible funding streams and avenues for our Caribbean partners to lead the work that we do. Karen, I'm going to end here. Not sure if I did justice, but I tried.
Definitely, you don't want your reward for being so brave. Thank you so. Oh. We still have to share. Sharing is caring. Thank you so much, Kobe. So I introduced myself as the Local Engagement Action Fund Coordinator. However, some persons in the room know me as the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives for the Eastern Caribbean Coordinator. Why am I saying my two titles? Because we're asking y'all to shift, but do we know who we are shifting with? Who's in the room? We know that we have 12 countries represented, but what are the themes that we have represented in the room? So, we're gonna have to play a little fun game. I see somebody watching me with a side eye, like, why are we playing games? But right before, we just wanna get the energy a bit up so that you'll be awake for the coffee break, and then you'll come back and be energized again. So before we break, we just want you all to go and see who is working in agriculture. So for like example, I'm going to pick on this table. We have two women who work in agriculture, women farmers, and we have one that helps train persons in agriculture. Do we have any other persons in the room that work with agriculture? So we have, and you are from Belize? So we have Belize, Dominica, and Trinidad working with agriculture, right? So what other thematic area? We have Sandrina in the room, so she is working with youth. Yes, who else in the room is working with youth? Youth over here, this is Grenada, Franciscan Institute, Narisa, and Sherry-Ann. I can see right here, Sherry-Ann, who works with Grenada Planned Parenthood. So we have two Planned Parenthood, and we have Charles from Sisters of Mercy in the room. So you see that we have these connections within the room. And even, yes, we want you all to collaborate with the donors and other person, but we have power among ourselves. We are civil society. We are important. So I don't want you all to leave and not know who else is in the room, right? So if we could take a little 5 minutes. I started y'all off pointing out who is in the room, but if we could see what are the other themes that we work in or the other sectors that we work in, because we also have Io, who's not looking at me, who also works with youth, right, in Guyana. So let's see what could happen, and if we could get just 5 minutes, if we could go around the room and see the themes, please. So if we could stand and talk to one another in the room. And there are treats involved for this. I love to see the collaboration that's occurring in the room right now. And so we're going to ask you all to return to your seats for a few minutes. I see Sandrina is watching me, so therefore I think Sandrina wants to volunteer her team to St. Lucia, so that's Quintina. So if we could have, if we could come together again so that we could talk about the different themes and we have a volunteer here? Oh, no. Right. So with my team that had volunteered to come and speak about the youth that they work with. Quintina? Girls of a Feather from St. Lucia. All right, if we could give her our attention, please.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So the group, we work with youth across the region, and some of the agencies are Youth Enhancement Service, that's from Belize, Blossom Inc. from Guyana, Grace Staff Foundation from Jamaica. We also have the Hope Foundation from Guyana. Yeah, and Yakashe Conservation Trust from Belize, and yours truly, Girls of a Feather from St. Lucia. Youth, we work with the youth.
Thank you so much for being brave. And I hope you all were able to mingle. And now, yes, Nan. So you're coming? You're coming? Or add her to the list. That will be Stitchin Lobby from Suriname saying that they also work with youth. Yes. And now, our favorite time of the morning, coffee break time. Woo! Give it up to the staff. So it is now 11:14. You have 15 minutes to use the bathroom. The bathrooms are to your right when you exit or to your left through the main lobby. And the refreshments are to the back of the room. Thank you so much for being a wonderful crowd this morning.
And this is the video. No MSG, no preservatives, no additives, no nothing. Just the way we are. Check it out. Oh gosh, man.
Tyrus Riley, just the way you are.
She wants to be like them people on TV. She wants to look like them girls in the magazine. She got
aim to identify areas for strengthening. Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it would put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical. Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely. But speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software Kobo Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty. My name is Tino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at Kobo, the nonprofit behind Kobo Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project rollout. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at Kobo are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Some things that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group to, when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessments is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct some of the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities within the spaces.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organizing a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
On October 17, the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, the Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with its partners, held a hybrid symposium attended by over 90 persons from 14 Caribbean countries. It underscored the vital role of robust data in driving poverty reduction and building peaceful and inclusive societies.
It is through data that we can pinpoint where poverty is most entrenched, which communities are being left behind, and which groups are most at risk. Moreover, data enables us to target our interventions more effectively. It allows us to tailor our projects to addressing the unique challenges faced by different populations, ensuring that our initiatives are responsive and impactful.
We must build sustainable livelihoods. At the same time, we need to make further investments to ensure that we strengthen welfare, so generation to generation that cycle of poverty is broken.
In meetings like this,
A highlight of the symposium was a discussion on innovative approaches to data collection for poverty reduction.
We need to use innovative strategies to reach those who are most in need, but respond to what they need.
GEMS is a big capacity building program, and the idea is really to give the skills and the tools to collect granular data to local stakeholders. The idea of GEMS is to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have boots on the ground or feet on the ground.
Here in Jamaica, we have a poverty map. And for instance, at JSIF, our targeted incidents of poverty are normally the poorest of the poor. We manage and have developed over the years a proprietary system that actually takes all that data and it overlays the other geospatial data that's present so that we can contextualize, for instance, and know at any given time what is the most critical, the most needed, and probably the most feasible investment.
In another discussion, experts explored the power of technology in facilitating community involvement and ensuring sustainable development outcomes.
It is actually an intuitive tool that many people pick up every single day to begin collecting data to inform their little community initiatives. And they are able to pick up Kobo Toolbox, as you heard, because it is a free tool.
We were able to use something simple as something we carry all the time with us, mobile telephones, to obtain data.
We have to ensure that we have field officers in the space to where the technology will not work, that persons are there. Because the truth is, no matter how far advanced we get, there is always a need for that human contact.
Any community with the right capacity can transform their space. So I think even as we start our development conversation, a lot should be around how can I leave this community at the end of Project A more capacitated than when we first started.
Beneficiaries from the Pisgah Primary and Infant School and the Child Protection and Family Services Agency shared their experience of data driving real change.
The communities of Pisgah, Huntley Castle, Berkshire Wood, Chevet Hills, we are proud beneficiary of a new school that is now being constructed. Thank you to CDB. Further data was used to assist 6 groups of parents who were trained and they were given grants to start their small businesses. We are now employing women on the site. Community persons are earning a living. And I'm telling you, we are coming out of the generational and the rural poverty that we have been experiencing over the years.
In 2023, the CPFSA benefited from the construction of our first child therapeutic center through funding from CDB under the Basic Needs Trust Fund. The therapeutic center provides services for what I would call the most acute cases, the children who require in-depth therapeutic interventions. Since January of this year, the center has seen 226 children.
The symposium was not just an event, but a call to action. By building capacity and empowering communities through data, Caribbean nations can move closer to eradicating poverty and achieving inclusive societies.
And together we can find the hope that's buried deep within. If we put away our differences and let's all be friends.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with global and regional partners, brought together over 60 community development professionals from 14 Caribbean countries for a transformative week of training in Jamaica.
We have had representatives from all 9 of the BNTF countries, and they have been introduced to the digitization of data using the Kobo Toolbox.
A main feature of the workshop was the World Bank's Geo-Enabling Initiative for Monitoring and Supervision, GEMS, a capacity-building program which uses cost-free open-source tools such as Kobo Toolbox.
GEMS is an extremely impactful program because it enables governments and other local stakeholders around the world to set up customized digital data collection and analysis systems or digital monitoring systems. And through this, it has brought a lot of accountability into project implementation, service delivery, inclusion. It has really helped to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have feet on the ground, giving them real-time information on what is happening in the field.
All of this gives us a better handle on the data collection process, the authenticity of the data, the longevity of the data, in that we know it is reliable, it is accurate.
The GEMS training is what exactly the Caribbean needs with respect to addressing the shortcomings that we have in poverty eradication.
The workshop participants got an opportunity to apply their learning. from asset mapping in Brownstown to beneficiary surveys in Mendestown.
There are 775 communities that we work with, and so what we started to do in 2012 is to really identify the assets or the resources or the things that are of value or importance to our communities.
In order for us to achieve our goals of having the economic development met, we have to have accurate data. And so it's very critical what the CDB is doing with the development of the COBO software.
With COBO Toolbox on board, we would be able to collect data in a more real-time manner. We can better understand the communities and what needs to be done in terms of planning and development and moving forward.
The project was basically about rehabilitating the Mendestown Farm Road. So before the project, it was in a very deplorable condition.
Before the new road built, it was very hectic for the farmers because we used to have to travel a good distance from the farm to the road with the goods and the sticks. Since the Mendestown Farm Road has built, it's much easier for us farmers. We use the donkey less and we get the sticks much easier to the farms.
Two main impacts is we and our children get into the main to go to our businesses, and the farmers getting out their produce to go to the market. Oh my God, it's like we're in heaven now. The farmers, they got it a lot easier because they would have to put the load on the donkeys, but now the donkeys are on holiday. When we are going up to the street, we have to carry 2 shoes. When we reach the main, we would change up. But my God, since the road have been there, it's a blessing.
Today's experience was very rewarding, seeing the satisfaction and getting first-hand knowledge from residents as to the benefits they have derived from the implementation of this sub-project. We were taught how to develop proper questions for the COBO Toolbox application, and really using it in community today helps us understand how we can improve on our questioning, ensuring that we gather the information that we really need.
It was good interacting with the community members to see how satisfied they were with the project, and just to see the smiles on their faces and them relating how beneficial the project was. That was a very good experience.
No more mud, no more grass, no more tears, no more crying again. Thank you, Lord, for CDB.
The training has been quite useful, and I think it will improve the capacity of countries in the Caribbean to do poverty analysis and to allow them to put strategies and programs together to address the issue of poverty.
I give a thumbs up for COBO tool, and we definitely will use it in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I'm definitely excited about this workshop.
Hello.
Just
Hi,
as the other 60 participants
everyone.
from across the region, and I'm also even more excited.
I hope we all had
about
a
what they will
chance
do upon their
to
return to their respective
stretch our legs, get some refreshments, and now at this time we're going to return to our tables.
But across the projects and programs,
We know we've been talking about sharpening our tools, and part of our sharpening our tools is doing our pre-tests. So we're just reminding you once more, please go to the portal and complete the pre-test.
Community leaders are champions of change.
Just kindly asking that if we could return to our seats at this time.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in partnership with the JN Foundation and the Local Engagement and Action Fund.
All right. So we have spoken about why this shift is needed and how investments can drive impact. And demonstrating this impact is critical in order to understand our value and why investors should partner with us. Our next presenter is going to guide us through the importance of demonstrating value on social return of investments. We are pleased to welcome Kevin Powell. Kevin is the principal of the Jamaica Stock Exchange eCampus, monitoring and evaluation trainer and social finance advocate. With over 20 years of experience in performance-based systems and institutional capacity building, he bridges monitoring and evaluation with impact finance, making him uniquely positioned to guide us through understanding social return on investment. Please join me and welcome Kevin Powell. Woo! Come on, we can do better than that.
We certainly can do better than that. Come on, another round of applause for me, please. Thank you so very much for that wonderful introduction, and good afternoon. It's still afternoon, right? Sorry, no, it's morning. Wow, look at me rushing ahead the day. It is a pleasure to be here this morning to speak to you all today on a topic that I love to talk about as somebody who's in the space of investment. I am the principal for the Jamaica Stock Exchange eCampus. My role is to, build capacity of the players in the stock market. And so you might be asking, why is a stock market player, here today at this CSO function? And I'm here because in 2019, our then managing director, Dr. Marlene Street Forrest, introduced to the Jamaican space a concept, not very new to the global space, but new to Jamaica, called the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. And the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange is an avenue through which NGOs like yourselves, can participate in getting funding for projects and for activities that is akin to the stock market and how the stock market works. But very important to that exchange is, of course, why we are here today, to build capacity on how to, get impact going. So, before I begin, I have a riddle for us. And, I know we've gotten some chocolates before, but I have extra chocolates for us today if we can guess the riddle. So it says, I cost money, listen to the riddle, I cost money, I save money, I am invisible until measured, governments depend on me, donors demand me, but NGOs rarely calculate me. What am I? Want me to say it again? All right, let's do this again, because it's a little tricky, yeah? I cost money. I save money. I am invisible until measured. Governments depend on me. Donors demand me. But NGOs hardly or rarely calculate me. What am I? Your ROI? Yes. Time? Not quite. Yes. Return on investment? In a sense, but that's not the word I'm looking for. Thank you! Stand up, my friend, let me clap you. Clap her. What did she say? You hear what she said? Oh, no, deaf man. Tell them again. Impact. Give her a round of applause, please. Impact. And yes, thank you for assisting me there. So, impact is what we're talking about, measuring impact, valuing impact. So today, I'm talking about social return on investments for civil society organizations. And it's interesting because we wanted to look at how do we turn vision into value. So part one, I'm going to be talking about you know, what SROI is all about, how to calculate it, why does it really matter? And then you have a worksheet, because it's a workshop today in a space. And as a former teacher, you know, I had to prepare my workshop activity for my students, right? So in your packet activity, there is a worksheet that we want to go through as a table, you know, in your various groups that you would have met earlier today on how to calculate some of these impact measurement. So we're going to watch a video. And from this video, we're going to have a discussion. So I'm not sure who's assisting me with the microphone because I need to hear. Okay, beautiful. We're going to hear from you after you watch the video. All right, it's coming up.
Anything started with one.
All right, here we go.
Restaurant in St. Kilda in the year 2000. We actually opened with prices on the menu, but then after 2 weeks, it became obvious to me that we should take out the prices because the prices was drawing a line on people's generosity, you know. We have never been able to articulate in terms of facts and figures the real outcomes we make possible through this very simple operation of making food available. So the reason why we wanted to do this evaluation is that we wanted to shed light on what we do that doesn't meet the naked eye.
You're not being judged, you're not being given a handout. So you come in here with your integrity destroyed or denied, and you come out of here with your integrity reinforced.
When I got to Australia, I was 1 month in Christmas Island. After that, I was 4 months in Perth camp. I'm coming here regularly, here approximately every day here. Best place for finding your friends and having a conversation with a multinational culture.
Many of our regular customers experience a positive change related to social inclusion by coming to Lentils. The 2,500 regulars included in this evaluation experienced a change valued at $5,925 per person. This adds up to $14.8 million in total.
Lentils was a godsend for me when I first moved to Melbourne because I wasn't in the best circumstances. Actually taught me a lot and got me a good network of being able to build myself back up to a working and putting a roof over my head state. This is an easy place to wait, be a wait staff, even if you are an anxious person, because everyone else is either as anxious as you are or just wholly lovingly accepting. It's a nice place to come, if you got those sorts of issues, which I do.
So I'm an asylum seeker, so I don't know much English. So when I'm arrived in Lentil, so I improved my knowledge. They are trained about me how to cook the food. We are like to work in here. We are happy to work with you here.
I feel confident enough to work in any other restaurant or hospitality setting.
Definitely build up my skills with sort of managing teams and working with every demographic.
120 of our volunteers received an equivalent of $1,185 in value related to increased professional competence and support towards employment, which amounts to $142,224.
I started as a volunteer too. After 2 years, Sanika offered me a sponsorship. Before, I had like critical situation where whole family was depending upon me, like my income source. Now we all are happy. I can go to any other restaurant and start my own cooking skill and be a proper chef, I think.
By employing people in situations of disadvantage, we generated $22,570 for each of the 18 staff members included in this evaluation, adding up to $406,235. Our activities also generate savings for the government in terms of reduction of dependence on state benefits for those we employ, reduction in costs with food waste due to our food rescue, and reduction in costs associated with carbon emissions due to our exclusively vegetarian and vegan menu. During the period of this evaluation, we found out that altogether, Lentil Is Anything generated a social value of $15.38 million. The money that goes into Lentil Is Anything in the form of donations, in-kind contributions and volunteering time adds up to around $2.63 million. So, for every dollar that went into Lentil Is Anything, $5.85 was generated in value to society. You know how people say it's a pleasure doing business with you? I think no, it's a business doing pleasure with you. You know? I think the fact that more businesses don't have the pay-as-you-feel model, where they open that business out to everyone in the community, is fear. Fear of people. I mean, but if you fear the people we live amongst, what sort of life is that?
All right. Thank you for watching that. So I came upon this video in doing my research and just preparing for this presentation. And as you saw, it's a very, quick evaluative video on an analysis on social return on investment. If you realize how many of the valuable items were costed, and you saw a total value attached to that, right? But I was struck by something profound in the video, and I saw your reaction when you heard it as well. We would say normally it's a pleasure doing business with you, but the inversion in the video caught my attention. It's a business doing pleasure with you. Now, what you thought about that statement and that tagline? How do you think that relates to your role and function as, CSOs in this room? Is it a business to do pleasure? What does that mean? What do you get from that? Is it? Yeah? So in your packet you have a sheet that speaks about passion, compassion, mission, and gratitude. Yes? All of the things that we do in our business, in what we do here, that is pleasurable. But how many of us stop to look at the impact that we are creating and measure that impact through tangible, quantifiable methods? Yes, what we call in SROI monetization. Now the question is, what value can we place on the activities that we do? Can everything that we do be quantified and valued in monetary purposes and monetary quantity? Do you think so? Yeah? Yeah. It might be difficult to quantify some things, but there are activities that we do that can be quantified, yes, and measured. And so what we're talking today about in terms of SROI is how do we measure what we do so that that becomes a business. So that when we talk to donors, we are talking in the language of business, yes? What SROI will do is to not only prove our impact, but it will also help to improve our impact as well. So, let's go to what our hurdles to measuring impact is. And if we could ask somebody from who's helping with the microphone, what are the funders saying? The hurdles that the funders are saying to measuring impact. Just somebody read from that table for me, please. Anybody? Just take the microphone. It's on the screen. Can you see? Can't see. All right, let me help you out. So it says, funders are saying, I'm currently funding so many different people's projects, and I'm not sure about the total value or impact that's going to be created. The CSOs are saying, all the NGOs are fighting for the same funding. How do I put my project in the same foothold as those of a totally different sector? Policymakers are saying, private sector funding has been encouraged, but how can we measure impact? And of course, the project beneficiaries are saying, evaluators track success using their own metrics. We have very little say in what is beneficial to us. So these are the various conversation pieces around how do we measure impact and why that is important. So social return on investment is really about how do we value, yes, what is the value generated from every dollar invested in a project? What is the dollar value invested in for every dollar invested in a project? So SROI is really a process of assessing, yes, and placing monetary values on the outcomes and the benefits that we put into our investments and our projects. It's really about how do we measure impact. What are some of the benefits of SROI, social return on investments? One, it helps us to assess the efficiency of the intervention that we have created. How efficient have we been with the funds that we have been provided? Another benefit is it, of course, gives lifelong performance indicators of the social enterprise and social ventures that we are engaged in. We're looking at long-term impact. Impact and outcomes can, of course, be short-term, but also long-term as well. We're able to monitor the performance that we would have entered into as NGOs, attract external funding. And as I said, as we look at even the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, one of the elements that is going to help organizations to put themselves in that category of benefiting from the social stock exchange is really how do you create impact for your donors and for those who want to fund your activities. SROI analysis can help to provide the legitimacy, yes, as well as to assist in allocating resources effectively and efficiently. So, there are some principles that we must abide by when we're looking at calculating SROI. And one such, the first principle is, of course, involving the stakeholders. You see, SROI is a very involved, data-driven process. And you have to involve the stakeholders who are involved in your everyday projects, the government agencies, the beneficiaries, the implementing agencies. They are going to be important in how you gather that data to measure and assign what we call values, proxy values, to the various activities that you are doing in your projects. You also want to understand what changes. Remember now, my brother Ricardo earlier spoke about, yes, we do a lot of activities and inputs as CSOs, but what must be valued and measured are the what? The outputs, he said. So what are the changes that happens as a result of your intervention? What are the changes that happens as a result of your project activity? Include those in your discussions as you calculate SROI. Another thing that we must do is to value the things that matter. Yes, value the outcomes that matter. So we have outcomes for all of the activities and the problems that we're trying to solve. long-term outcomes, short-term outcomes. Those are the things that we're going to assign a value to and create a measurement and monetary value for in order to help to create, or calculate rather, our social return on investment. Another part of the principle of calculating SROI is to only include what matters or what is material in your calculation. Yes? All the key activities, the key inputs that will feed into the outcome is what you need to ensure that you include in your SROI calculation. Very important principle of SRO calculation is do not overclaim. What do you think we mean by this? Do not overclaim. Do you think that every single outcome or impact is as a result of your doing? No? No, right? There are activities, activities and inputs associated with an outcome that you have no control over. You don't want to put that in your SRO claim that you are creating that value when you really haven't. So an important part of calculating SROI is, of course, that you want to ensure that you do not overclaim, right? And then the next one is to be transparent. Yes, transparency means that you are going to communicate all the information in a very accurate way that's going to feed into your SROI calculation. And then, of course, verify your results. And verifying your results just in the same way in which companies have to audit their financial statements, yes, with external auditors, you will also need to audit your project analysis and the value that you are proposing from each project. Now, there are 6 stages of calculating your SROI, yes. Stage 1 is to establish the scope and the stakeholders, establish and map your outcomes, value and evidence your outcomes, calculate your SROI, and then, of course, you're going to report and then verify after. So we're going to go through each of these stages quickly. Stage 1, establish the scope of your analysis, your SROI analysis, and who your key stakeholders are. Yes? Which activity are you actually measuring here? Which outcome are you measuring? Who are the key stakeholders who are going to be involved in this activity? And so as you establish that scope, you want to ensure that you get all the pertinent information to help to calculate effectively your SROI, your social return on investment. All right, so we're going to do an example of this. Let's say there is a women's entrepreneurial or entrepreneurship training, yes, that's happening in rural Jamaica, yeah, on craft market, or craft making, right? Now, what is the problem you're trying to solve in this training intervention? You're trying to make the women who are already involved, more marketable when they sell their craft market products, right? You want them to be more resilient. You want them to scale their businesses. And of course, ultimately, you want them to make more money. That's what you want to do. So that's your output, or your problem statement that you want to solve. So the stakeholder for this case study, of course, are 100 women. Yes, let's say they are from the parish of Trelawney in Jamaica. 100 women who have enrolled in this training intervention that your CSO organization has been granted funding to provide. The input cost for this project is $1.2 million. And of course, the intervention is, of course, capacity building. You're training them to improve their craft market products, right? So you have already set out the scope of your SRO analysis. You know who you're targeting, these 100 women from Trelawney. The intervention or the input, yes, is the training of these 100 women. The initial investment, yes, from your donor organization is $1.2 million. So you have already outlined the scope of your analysis in that particular step. Now, stage 2 is something that we probably, all of us I know in this room, are accustomed to, are familiar with, mapping our outcomes to what we call a theory of change, where we look at, from start to finish, what change or outcome we want to see in our intervention, what are the inputs, what are the outputs, and of course, what are the outcomes. That's the ultimate, the impact. So you're going to map that, because in order for you to calculate effectively your SROI analysis, you need to know what each step of the impact chain says and where to assign value on each of those chains. So, you know your theory of change, the problem statement, I said, we want to train 100 women, yes, to improve their marketability in selling craft items in the tourist industry. That's our problem. What are some of the activities that we're going to be engaged in here? Talk to me, man. Eh? Recruitment. Yes. Hold up your hand and a microphone will come to you. Don't be shy. There's chocolates, enough chocolates I have enough. They gave me the chocolates to give out. Yes?
Curriculum development.
Curriculum development. Yes. The venue. The materials that we need. We're going to have to print some materials. Yes? That's the input that we are, or the activity that we're going to be engaged in. Each of those activities have a what? A cost, a value attached to them, right? The outputs now are those things that we're going to be delivering. So we're going to deliver 5 sets of training sessions, right? And we have all of these women journey from that community to come to the center to train them on how to improve their craft making skills, make themselves more marketable. That's your output. Yes? These are the deliverables that are going to be measured, right, in terms of assessing your impact. Of course, the outcome is what? What do we want? After we have trained them, what do we want at the end? For them to just sit up on the training, sir? No. We want them to what? Make more money. Increase their earning potential. And then after they have increased their earning potential, what after that? What's the ultimate outcome after that we want? We want for them to perhaps provide for their families. Yes? Take children out of poverty-stricken situations, send the children with the extra funds to school, creating an entire what? Chain of value. And so we map, in terms of the impact map, we map those outcomes and we need to now measure them. So here's what we're going to do. After we have mapped the outcomes and the impact that we want to see, we are now going to have to now value them. Yes? Assign a monetary value to each outcome. Now, a project can have multiple outcomes, you see. Yes? What we're going to do as an example is just look at one of the indicators. So the outcome, Women Entrepreneurship Training Program in Craft Making, can lead to increased income generation and increased knowledge and skills. Which of these two? They have identified 2 outcomes here. One, increased income generation, and the second one is increased knowledge and skills. Which of these do you think is easier to quantify in monetary terms? Increase in income generation. Yeah? That one is easy to assign a value to. The other one, increased knowledge and skills, not so much. A little bit more qualitative, but there is a way in which we can also assign a value to that. True? Let's look at it. So we can monetize this now. Let us assume that after the intervention that we have gotten the funding for, the income of our participants will now increase in value of what? $5,000 extra. It's not American, it's not Jamaican dollars, guys. It's US currencies, all right? But $5,000 in extra income is what is established to be generated after. How many participants did we say we have in this training? 100. So, $5,000 for each participant, right? Times annual, we want to baseline it annually, right? 12 months for the year. At 100 participants, how much we get? No man, the maths rusty like my maths, man. It's on the screen, you know. $6 million. So don't scratch your head too much. Yes? I tell you, the math thing. And the good thing about SROI calculations for organizations like CSO is that there are templates for this. There are tools and Excel worksheets. You just plug in the information and it spits it out. All right? I'm glad for that as a non-math person. But it's $6 million in value that has been created through outcome number one, which is what? To increase their income generation value. Okay? Now, how do you think we can measure the second one, though? Increased knowledge and skills. A little bit more difficult to measure this one, but there is a sense in which we can, what we call in SROI jargon, assigning a financial proxy to this value. Yes? Which is, how do we do this? We want to increase knowledge and skills. How do you measure that? That increase in knowledge and skills. How do you assign a monetary value to this? Well, perhaps if it wasn't for your intervention, they would have gone to Heart, or they would have gone to a tourist institution, tourism college, a school of hospitality, to learn this skill. And the value of that is going to be out of reach for these women, not true? So you're going to assign a financial proxy value to this training. Yes, had it not been for your intervention, this particular training would have cost each woman $100,000. Yeah? This is Jamaican dollars now. Right? And so you assign a value to that. You assign a value to the opportunity cost as well that is involved in them coming to your training. And so there is a way in which you can monetize and add value to even some of those things that we often say, no, but we can't measure that. There's no way to monetize and add a financial value to something like increase in self-esteem from a person who has gotten training. And that might be true. And that's, the research tells you that is a limitation to SROI study and analysis. That it might be possible that not everything can be assigned a quantifiable monetary value. And that's okay, because SROI is just one way in which you are going to what? Measure impact. There are other ways of measuring impact. Yes? And we do it well sometimes through telling the stories, as was mentioned earlier. We tell the stories of those impacts. And sometimes the best impact are the qualitative ones that we have to establish. All right. Now, stage 4 is establish attribution of impact now. Remember we said earlier, one of the principles of SROI analysis is that we cannot and should not over what? Let me see if you're paying attention. You should not over what? Claim. Not over promise, but true. Yes. Over claim. Meaning you cannot say, as a result of my intervention, these participants were able to, exponentially increase their earnings by 100%, because no, little Miss Marge, along with the craft making business, have a babysitting business too. Yes, there are other things that Miss Marge is doing along with that training to add value to her participating in this and to the impact that you would have created. So the point we're making is there are things you have to now assess what part of the impact belongs to your organization that you are responsible for, what percentage of that belongs to you, and then what percentage of that belongs to somebody else. Yes? And so there are some terms that we use in calculating SROI that we need to factor in our calculation and what we call now subtract from our overall impact. And so some of these 4 elements, we're going to talk about them: dead weight, attribution, displacement, and drop-off. Yes, these are very key aspects of looking at we call them adjustment factors. So this is your contribution, this is your impact, but along that equation are other factors that you can't claim as your own. You have to subtract that from your calculation. So dead weight is defined as the value that would have happened anyway. If this training didn't happen, the women would probably have found other ways of earning and improving their income. Not true? Women are resilient. They know how to turn them hand. In Jamaica, we say, and make fashion. Right? So you adjust for dead weight. You're going to subtract a percentage for dead weight that you say, our organization was not responsible for this. Attribution, the impact contributed by others. So, all right, yes, you had a training intervention, but perhaps Heart Trust NTA had some free sessions as well that these women had participated in earlier that you need to subtract from your claim as the impact value that you would have created. So we are subtracting attribution as well. Displacement. And this is really what replaces existing service and benefit that you would have given to these women. So every day for 3 weeks, the women came to your training center from 9 to 5, Monday to Thursday, to engage in this training. But what is that activity displacing for these women? Yeah? Perhaps they could have been selling in the market and getting some additional income. They perhaps could be doing something else with their time. So you subtract for displacement as well. And then, of course, another principle that we have to factor in our calculation called drop-off, where the outcome decreases over time. So over time, that $5,000 Jamaican now, yes, would have lost what? Value. And so you put that in your calculation for the other factors that we have to adjust in our calculation of SROI. So in the calculation, we have to measure the things that we are responsible for in our projects. We did this. We did this intervention. This is our input. This is our output. As a result, this is the outcome. But from this outcome, these are the factors that contributed that we have control over. And where we subtract from that a value created from other stakeholders, other factors. All right? So, as we follow through on the example, I want you to write these figures down. Because in this, we're going to say, for this project, for this training intervention, 70% of our activities and outputs contributed to the outcomes that we desired. So 70% is for attribution. But this attribution now is what we're saying. We did this. 70% of the impact, we did this. Dead weight, yes, 20% of what other people would have done or what would have happened anyway. Yes, 20%. Displacement, 10%. And drop-off, 15%. You got those figures? Because we're going to have to do a let me go back to the figures. So we're adjusting our value. How much was our value, by the way? What was in the first outcome that we were looking at, where we increased income, what was the value of that increase? $6 million, right? That is the value we're working with. How much money was invested by project donors? Anybody remembers? I stated it, Let's go back to that slide. $1.2 million. All right, yes, you're following me through. Good. So $6 million was the value created through increased revenue earnings. And we're taking out our attribution, our non-contributory factors. Attribution, we say, is 70%, meaning we are attributing 70% of our outputs to this particular impact. But the others, dead weight, 20%, yeah? Displacement, 10%, drop off, 15% is what we're working with as those figures. Because here's the rub. Calculating now the SROI ratio is where we're going to need these figures. And the SROI ratio includes the total financial value of the outcome. And remember, the total financial value of outcome number 1 was $6 million. We're going to subtract from that all the factors that we have no control over, that would have impacted the value proposition here. Attribution, dead weight, etc. And we're going to divide that over the total value of the inputs, the donor funding that we would have received. That would give us our SROI ratio. There are other ways of calculating this ratio. You could do the total benefits, multiply by the percentage of dead weight, multiply by attribution, multiply by displacement, multiply by drop-off. Yes? As I said, there are formulas embedded within worksheets for this, but it's very important for you to know in a very, basic way how this is calculated for the participants in the project. So, here's what we do. Total money, total adjusted present value equals total money valued for the identified outcome, which is the what? $6 million, times attribution, which is what? 70%. And we're going to use that 70% or 0.7 because we have already claimed that this is our contribution. We know that 70% of the success of this program is as a result of our intervention. All right? And then we're going to times that by dead weight, displacement, and drop-off. 1 minus whatever the percentage is. What we're saying is that we allocate 20% for dead weight. 80% of that now belongs to us. Right? So when you do the math, $6 million of the value that you would have calculated for outcome number 1 times 0.7 times 1 minus 0.2 will give you how much? 0.8 times 0.9 times 0.85. Yeah? When you calculate that, you should get the adjusted value. Yes? Why are we adjusting it? Because we are taking out the things that we had no control over. You should get a value now of $2.57 million as your total adjusted value. What are you going to do with that? You are going to now calculate your ratio. Total adjusted value over the value of your inputs or the investment that the donor would have provided to you. Yes. Microphone, please.
Yes, based on your percentage that you gave us for that project, I'm getting 115%.
Yes.
Could you explain why not 100?
So there are, you probably won't get 100 because there are no other things that you would have accounted for in the percentage. Yes? So it's not everything is not fully 100% in the SRO calculation because there are factors that are valued more than you can account for in your calculation. You have no control over what that percentage will be. All right?
Yes. How is that weighted in terms of
where you assign certain things. Why 70% for, say, attribution and not 50 then?
So again, those are an assumption that you're going to now have to, in your research of what your level of contribution is, you will have to assign those values. So that is why we said in the first step, meeting with your stakeholders is going to be important. It is through the focus group, the meetings, the interviews with the stakeholders that you will know how much value to assign to a particular attributing factor.
Okay, so in what you have just said then, there could be a situation where you're really working with 100%.
There could be.
In total, because from what you have, in terms of your baseline,
yes,
and your engagement of your stakeholders.
Holders, precisely.
Your stakeholders say, okay, for attribution, we would say that's
50%. Precisely.
And so in that regard, you could be working then with 100% or less.
Or less.
Because if it's something that you yourself, it's not a formula per se.
There's no, right. It's not a formula. There's no, there's no assigned value that this says this must happen every time. It is through research with your stakeholders that you're going to assign that value to each of those attributing factors.
Another point, I think that's also why the pre-assessment is critical, to know what the baseline is.
The baseline is,
that
yes.
thing that you want to assess.
So you can see the value of the change that you are assessing
so
as well.
So even the knowledge and skills, like a pre-assessment, what did you know? And then based off of this intervention, what do you now know?
There
and
you
I
go.
think that would help the attribution.
Indeed. And so that is why we said in the first principle, engaging your stakeholders, that's going to be a very robust exercise as well. And I know that practitioners of SROI are actually formulating and have formulated various benchmarking tools for us to assign value to some of these things that we're trying to assess and monetize as well. So looking at the calculation, adjusted total present value, which is now the 2.75 million, over the total inputs, which was what? What was the total input? 1.2 million gives us a ratio of 2.14. So the final thing, after you've calculated your SROI ratio, you write an SROI statement now that creates and shows and narrates that value. For every $1 Jamaican invested in this women's craft market or craft making project, $2.14 of social value was created. Yes? Now, this tells a story that people who are business-oriented want to hear. Yeah? Because the value is created there through stating the monetized value of an investment or a project. Yes? And that's why it's a business doing pleasure with you is important. Yes? Because they want to see that value. And don't be afraid to tie the pleasure of creating impact and change for your beneficiaries with telling that story about how much this investment cost and the value of this investment. Yes? I'm in the investment space at Jamaica Stock Exchange. Whenever IPOs come out, we watch and look at the prospectus of businesses because we want to see, does this business make sense to invest in? Yes, what's my earnings per share going to be? Right? It's the same thing. Do you think that diminishes the impact? Because there's that argument, you see. Yes, but it doesn't, all right?
Value, just describe social value in simple terms.
So social, very good question. So social value here, and you could actually equate and remove social value and put in even environmental impact and sustainable value. So social value is really about what is the value created through the impact that you would have done through your project. Yes, that you would not normally measure in your analysis of what you do. Okay? So it extends beyond just, okay, I did 3 workshops, I did 4 seminars, I printed 50 brochures and workbooks to, okay, what value have you created on a social level. And this is true for even environmental impacts as well. Yes? ESG studies will also talk about how you look at the impact on the environment as well. Okay? So you calculate the SROI and you state it for every $1 invested, there is a $2.4 return on that investment. Social return, that is. All right? And you have to do that, ladies and gentlemen, for every outcome that you would have created, because every outcome has a cost, has a value, has an input that you have to calculate as well. So you probably will be doing multiple of that in one analysis. All right? The final stage is, of course, to report. Report. Yes. Again, I heard a colleague mention it today that telling the story is important. Creating value by telling how, yes, the change has occurred and how the change has impacted the community. But here's another way of reporting that. And reporting that now to your donors, to funders. Put it on your website that, listen, here is what was created. And I found a film earlier that we were watching so instructive that they were able to add value to not just the beneficiaries who we often think about in a project analysis, but there were volunteers who were getting value. There were employees of the kitchen that were getting value. Government, although they probably were folding their arms and don't hear a word in what's going on, but they too were getting value from the activity that you were doing. If you don't report that, then the story will never be told. Yes, and so a part of the shift that we're talking about in this workshop this week is to begin to look at the activities that you do and assign measurements and values to the outcomes that we are and the impact that we are creating through everything that we do here. All right, and there are some case studies. This was done, I know my colleague, Dr. Knife, had presented on this some time ago, an actual organization that actually did this kind of SROI mapping and showed the value created through that. So Forward Step Foundation, real quickly, was set up in 2006 to cater to the needs of youth within the community of Gregory Park here in Jamaica, in an effort to facilitate community regeneration through construction or constructive application. The SFS fulfill its mission using a phased approach. Yes, they're training 25 at-risk youths within the Gregory Park community. These participants were exposed to life skills training in arts and craft, creative arts studio, carpentry, all the works, right? And after, it's there? Or time? Oh, 10 more minutes. All right, quickly, moving quickly. And the stakeholders in this study mapped their theory of change, yes? And from the theory of change, created and calculated their SROI. So, in this case study, they got grant funding of $2.5 million was invested, which yielded a return of 106%. The social and economic benefit that they got from this project was $2.89 million. They discounted by 5% for attribution. So if it was discounted by 5%, what's the total attribution that they are claiming? 95%, right? So their SROI, which is the total social benefit of 2.74. Why is now 2.74? Because we would have subtracted what? 5% for attribution. Yes? So it's 2.74 over the total input cost of 2.59. And this project yielded a return of 106% or 1.058. So for every dollar of the 2.59 invested, a return of 1.06 was generated in social value. All right? Quickly, because we are almost out of time. But I want you have a worksheet here. I was going to do the first activity here because I wanted to calculate the value here. So take out your worksheet, please, and take out your calculator. You might need it. And if you could just quickly, 5 minutes around your table, read through the case and just do the first two. First two, the gross social value. Oh, do you know where to find your worksheet, guys? It's in the packet. All right, good. So quickly, knock heads together. They say 2 heads are better than 1. So knock heads together quickly, read through this case, and just do the first 2 calculations for me. The gross social value and then calculate the SROI. So it's case study number 2, Future Path Skills Foundation. Future Path Skills Foundation. You want a formula sheet? Oh, let me go back to the formula. Yes. Or use this one. Which one? The first one? This? This one. All right. All right, so 5 minutes, work on calculate your gross social value and then calculate the SROI quickly. Dead weight is 5%. You're adjusting for dead weight, 25%. Adjusting for attribution, 30%. Are we okay? And my friend with the chocolate bars, we're going to prepare to reward the students. All right? 2 minutes. Come and easy math this. Paperback math. Are we at least finished with the first calculation, the gross value? Yes, no? I feel like I'm in a math class. All right. Counting down. Let's see who's the first table who's going to get the chocolate and engage sweet tooth. So the gross social value is the first one we're calculating. What's the total value that's represented in this particular outcome? Which table is ready? With the first calculation. Because I have limited time. For shame or not. So the two tables that are ready to go, stand up now please. No. Just a test the system. You'll be so afraid. Everything else is wrong, right? All right, okay, all right, good. Let's hear what this table came up
Just
with.
disclaimer, we went to school a very long time ago. But we have $5,880,000
All right.
social value.
All right. Let's see if she's right.
No?
Ah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Same page? All right, so give them some chocolate on that table. Una must get chocolate too. Eh? After all, my friend here needs to get some chocolate. So let's look at what we did here. Gross social value. What's the value of the trading? How many persons are we trading in this case study? 14. All right? What's the value of the training as we were told? The value of this trading is how much? $280,000 is what we are told. Where were we told that? The market value of a training comparable in nature to this one is 280,000. So when we add the multiply 280,000 times 14, we get a total value of how much? 3,920,000. And then the other value that we're calculating is what? They're increasing their income. We are told in the case that annually their income will increase by $420,000. So it's 14 participants times 420,000, which gives us $5,880,000. Add those two together, the value of the training plus the value of the increase in earnings, give us a total of how much? 9,800,000 or 9.8. Quickly adjusting for the other factors. So dead weight, we're told dead weight is how much? 25%. Right, so we could do it the long way and say 9.8 times 25 gives us 2.4. And we're going to subtract that from the total value. And we would then have 7.35 million. And then we're going to go ahead and take out attribution from the remaining value, which is how much? It's 30 or 20? Okay. Well, I did something wrong here. Yes? But the principle is the same. Right? Would give us the figure there, right? And then we do our calculation of total value. So the net attributable value is, how much did you get at 30%? How much did you get at 30%? All right, let's assume 20%. 5.58 would be what is left. All right? So the 5.880 becomes your net attributable value or your net social value. So to calculate your SROI, it would be 5.88 divided by, what was the level of investment? 1.4 gives you 4.2 in social value. So your final SRO statement would read, for every dollar invested in the workforce readiness program, $4.2 of social value was created. All right? And that is how you would calculate that SOR for that project. So ladies and gentlemen, key takeaways. In order for us to look at the shift, as I wrap up, yes, in order for us to really look at what's required for us for this shift, SROI becomes an important in modifying what we do as social enterprises into what we call business impact. So there's a business impact of social of social return on investment that we need to learn to measure and calculate in what we do. It helps us to make improved decision making and to be more strategic. The shift is now to manage our risk with calculating our social value, enhance reputational value, enhance stakeholder value is going to be required now in this shift as we measure impact. And of course, what do we need to continue our impact? We need to get more what? Funding. Yes? And so increased access to social capital, SROI calculation, SROI measurement, impact, measuring your impact is what is going to allow you or contribute to getting the funding required. I finish where I started. The Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, one such avenue available for social enterprises to cash in on project funding. Just like a stock exchange works, you list projects on the social stock exchange, and donors, contributors who are so inclined will go and see your project profile. They look and want to know your SROI, your impact measurement, your stories, to see, is this a good initiative to fund? And so as you continue to focus and shift and align yourself to what is required to be better and to improve your impact, this mechanism of measuring social impact and value becomes an important part of the discussion. And shameless plug, if you want to build your capacity to do this and so much more, the Jamaica Stock Exchange eCampus, of which I'm the principal, offers certificate courses in social sector management. Come learn more about SROI, impact measurement, corporate governance, project management, and the works, and improve and shift into the new paradigm of measuring impact and creating more value for your organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. You have a question. There's a question. I think the microphone is off.
So
yes.
I am Cheryl Adams from St. Vincent, from Voice of the Disabled.
Uh-huh.
So every time we do a project, I always hear that we have to assess the impact, right?
Yes.
So now I sit down here and I have a good view. But now, would you be able to send that presentation for me? Because I will have to now emboss it in Braille.
Yes.
And follow it step by step.
By step, yes.
So I would be able to, when I'm doing a project, whoever is doing the project for me, I can say, Okay, this is step 1, 2, 3,
4. Indeed. I'd be more than happy
and
to
I really enjoy
have
it,
that.
trust me.
Thank you so very much. I'd be more than happy to email that presentation for you to have access to. Are there any other questions? Or do we? Absolutely. Oh. Microphone for.
Yes, the presentations will be online on the participants portal after the presenters are finished and they have sure that they have put their final tweaks on it. So yes, by tomorrow morning, Kevin's wonderful presentation will be there. And I was told to say that if you want to be registered on the social stock exchange, you have to be able to demonstrate what Kevin just spoke about.
Have to.
Yes.
That's a big part of the requirements for listing on the social stock exchange.
Could we just get a microphone to Kimberly, please?
Hi. Okay, so besides the math capacity that this requires,
yes,
you mentioned having different formulas, or different agencies having different formulas. Have you found that they generally give you the same outputs, or is it a situation where there are formulas that are a little less complex?
So there are formulas a little less complex. The formula is pretty much the same. It's just that you plug that into a workbook and it will just automatically calculate. The challenge you're going to have is, as we said in that discussion, is calculating now the values for attribution displacement, etc. But once you've accounted for those values, it's just really a plug and play and you'll get your SROI ratio.
Because when I looked at the other two formulas that you had on screen, the formula you gave kind of had 4 different components. Another one just had like
yes, it's
A divided by B.
Right, it's just really how you choose to calculate. There are net values and there are gross values. So it's really what you're going to use for where you are in the stage of calculation. All right?
All right, thank you so much. Could we hear it for Kevin one more time?
Thank you.
So we're at the time of the day, and I would say as a Trinidadian, I like my belly bar, right? And we've come to the time where we get to eat our lunch. And we're going to ask you to remain seated, and then I will call the table numbers and to be able to control the flow at the buffet line. Oh, sorry, hold on though. Well, Terranova wants to treat us extra special. We're going to have soup served at the table first, and then you will be called to the buffet line. So if you could please just clear a space in front of you so that the wait staff could bring their wonderful, delicious soup out. Thank you so much, everyone. One more announcement before I get in trouble. Those who missed their appointments at the Collaboration Corner could visit the corner during lunchtime. We have CDB there. UE is only going to be there today, so today is the day that we want to speak to them, and Cobalt Toolbox, which is our partners for technology as well. Thank you.
Community Capacity Assessment, undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group, to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it would put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical. Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely. But speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software Kobo Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty. My name is Tino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at Kobo, the nonprofit behind Kobo Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project goal. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at Kobo are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Something that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group. So when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessment is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct all the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organising a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
Staring at the ceiling in the dark.
On October 17, the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, the Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with its partners, held a hybrid symposium attended by over 90 persons from 14 Caribbean countries. It underscored the vital role of robust data in driving poverty reduction and building peaceful and inclusive societies.
It is through data that we can pinpoint where poverty is most entrenched, which communities are being left behind, and which groups are most at risk. Moreover, data enables us to target our interventions more effectively. It allows us to tailor our projects to addressing the unique challenges faced by different populations, ensuring that our initiatives are responsive and impactful.
We must build sustainable livelihoods. At the same time, we need to make further investments to ensure that we strengthen welfare, so generation to generation that cycle of poverty is broken.
Meetings like this.
A highlight of the symposium was a discussion on innovative approaches to data collection for poverty reduction.
We need to use innovative strategies to reach those who are most in need, but respond to what they need.
GEMS is a big capacity building program. The idea is really to give the skills and the tools to collect granular data to local stakeholders. The idea of GEMS is to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have boots on the ground, feet on the ground.
In Jamaica, we have a poverty map. And for instance, Jason, our targeted incidents of poverty are normally the poorest of the poor. We manage
because it is a free tool.
We were able to use something simple as something we call mobile telephone to obtain data.
Hello?
Hey, just see a missed call from you.
No man, it was a mistake.
You know, I never no mistake. But anyway, we have dinner later.
I don't think that's a good idea. Remember I told you we're just friends?
Friends?
Yeah, friends.
A lot should be around how can I leave this community at the end of project A more
Do you really think that we can be just friends? Do you really think so, baby? You're acting cool as if we were nothing. If you think that it's that easy, think again. If you let me get over you,
monitoring systems. And through this, it has brought a lot of accountability into project implementation, service delivery, inclusions. It has really helped to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have feet on the ground. Giving them real-time information.
Wow, 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 wow. Girl, I mean, I'm chronic. Yes, I am. And I will give you everything what you want, girl. Anything what you need, yes. But I one thing may beg you, please. Don't you take my love for granted. My love for granted, girl. For granted. Don't you take my love. And anything that you ever wanted, it's yours. Access granted, girl. For granted. Don't you take my love. Woman, boy. How we cook and how we clean and how we wash. And how we walk and how we run and how we drive. Around the world for you, why you're the beamer and the woman and the job. And tell me what you want, my dear. And tell me what you need. If I rent, school fee, tuition, it is all on me, but I beg you please. Please don't hurt me, mommy. Why? Please don't break my heart. After all the truth for you, stay true to you. Great deeds I me do for you. I me know these words ain't new to you. A long time me I beg you please. Don't you take my love for granted. My love for granted, girl.
have had a long-standing relationship with the local engagement and action for community champions.
To reach more persons, and so this allowed an opportunity for us to bring our knowledge. Jane Foundation provided the financial management training, and CDB also looked at what are the necessary steps for preparing a solid project proposal, and if we looked at elements that would ensure that you have a winning project proposal when you submit to your donor.
We have a mandate at Jamaica National that we want to enrich lives and build communities. We want Jamaicans, wherever they reside, to live boldly, to live their best lives. And because of the role that community groups play at the grassroots level, empowering them to do better, giving them the financial tools that they need to thrive, it was a clear thing. It would be a win for all of us nationally.
Held in Kingston, Manchester, St. Anne, and St. James, the workshops welcomed 50 community leaders at each location.
Amazing, fantastic. Today was fulfilling. The content added significant value, real value to our lives.
The sessions covered the essentials of strong financial management, building the foundation for long-term impact and sustainability.
What they have done is, in a one-day workshop, put together a protocol and a system to help someone from start to finish that is a part of a benevolent society, a charity organization, or even those looking to become foundations. So they are supported, they know who to go to, and they can continue outside of the workshop the rest of the steps and phases that are required.
Gender responsive budgeting is integrating gender equality more strategically in your organization.
The main thing I took from the event today was how if we don't do the correct research and proper gender inclusiveness, that is a hidden risk to any grant that will be going out.
From today's session, I'm learning about that there are a lot of fundings out there for NGOs, so we must now do more active searching for these grant funding and for these opportunities so we can apply.
So that soup was delicious. We're going to call the table 6 and 7.
If your record keeping is out of work, you're not able to sell yourself or sell the organization to the grantee. So I think that is one of the key areas.
Let's try this again. Y'all hearing me now? No? Hello? All right, there we go. So we're going to ask the speakers table and table 6 and 7 to come to the buffet line. 6 and 7. Oh, there are two options for
younger community members who have done well and try to stimulate them to take a greater part in the development of the community, because I would really like to know that the community continues to develop even after we have gone.
Participants gained not just knowledge, but the confidence to lead with transparency and vision.
Coming here today, it makes such a difference because, when you have challenges in your organization, I found some solutions, and certainly it has helped me to be more confident in what I do.
With the strengthening of financial literacy, I feel more confident with doing proposal writings to approach different organizations and knowing that I will have all my checks and balances done.
This initiative is part of the CDB's strategic mission to build social, economic, environmental, and productive resilience throughout the region.
If we don't empower people working in communities to do their work better, if we do not give them tools, if we do not design access that is inclusive and appropriate for them in terms of culture, in terms of resources, etc., we're going to get left behind. We need them to make change happen. That is what ultimately was reinforced.
For the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we are invested in this quest to improve lives and to reduce vulnerabilities across the region. But for us to advance those poverty reduction agenda, it requires collaboration. It requires other entities coming to the fore. So if we could increase the awareness of the issues in those local spaces and bring other partners to the conversation, then it means a lot more. We are concerned more about the multiplier effect after the BNTF. We don't want to leave any community the same as when we started. So there has to be greater focus in building key areas like proposal writing, like financial management.
By investing in the financial literacy of our community champions, we're investing in the future of the Caribbean, where strong institutions uplift lives and local action drives lasting progress.
The Caribbean Development Bank was introduced to COBO Toolbox in 2019 while we were implementing the Community Disaster Risk Reduction Fund, the bank's program that was geared at climate resilience at the community level. A key component of that exercise was the development of community profile and livelihood baseline assessment, understanding the main livelihood activities within communities across the 4 targeted countries: Belize, British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A key component of that exercise was collecting critical data at the local level, targeting communities, some of which were within the hinterland, indigenous and tribal peoples, and having their perspective on what their key livelihood activities were, and then what are some of the main risks that they face, and what are some of the potential contingency that they could put in place in the event of a natural hazard. That exercise was quite challenging. We used paper-based models initially, which took us extensive time. So doing an exercise in one community could take us as much as 2 or 3 weeks from data collection to data analysis. COBO Toolbox changed all that. We were able to collect data and analyze it almost instantly within those spaces. The local leaders were happy, not just because the process was quicker, but they could also, in real time, have access to the findings. COBO Toolbox transformed data collection for us. What we did at the end of that process was we started to facilitate training in the use of COBO Toolbox data collection platform in collaboration with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. And we trained almost 300 community development professionals and disaster management experts in COBO Toolbox manipulation. Now, for the Basic Needs Trust Fund, the bank's flagship for poverty reduction program, COBO Toolbox is now one of our mainstays. In 2024, we had our first in-person COBO Toolbox training, bringing together almost 70 community development professionals and disaster risk management experts from across 9 Caribbean countries. And that was done in collaboration with COBO Toolbox and the World Bank team. That has led to significant advancement in data collection, as several of those organizations are now using COBO Toolbox in their work on a daily basis. Given the impact of this platform, in 2023, the Caribbean Development Bank partnered with the African Development Bank, the World Bank Junior Enabling Team, and COBO Toolbox, and hosted the first commemoration for us as a region for the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty in October. And that continued into 2024 and 2025 with a similar theme of highlighting how different organizations use tools like COBO Toolbox to address issues of data collection in more efficient manner to solve some of the greatest challenges we face as a region. It became the go-to for us at CDB and among quite a few of our partners. As we go forward, we continue our collaboration with the GEMS team, World Bank GEMS team, to see how we could develop even more robust M&E systems within the Caribbean Development Bank to ensure even more advanced use of COBO Toolbox. We're currently targeting completing a pilot portfolio mapping exercise, building on some of the best practices at the World Bank, and having our basic needs trust fund teams in Belize, Jamaica, Guyana, and Suriname do use COBO Toolbox to do mapping of our projects, both from the World Bank and the CDB, as a pilot exercise that will be replicated across other spaces. We are certainly happy to collaborate in all instances with the COBO Toolbox team and what they bring to the table. They make development work much easier.
Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it would put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical. Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely, but speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software COBO Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty. My name is Tino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at COBO, the nonprofit behind COBO Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project rollout. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at COBO are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Some things that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group to, when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessments is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, the coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct some of the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities within the spaces.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organizing a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
On October 17, the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, the Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with its partners, held a hybrid symposium attended by over 90 persons from 14 Caribbean countries. It underscored the vital role of robust data in driving poverty reduction and building peaceful and inclusive societies.
It is through data that we can pinpoint where poverty is most entrenched, which communities are being left behind, and which groups are most at risk. Moreover, data enables us to target our interventions more effectively. It allows us to tailor our projects to addressing the unique challenges faced by different populations, ensuring that our initiatives are responsive and impactful.
We must build sustainable livelihoods. At the same time, we need to make further investments to ensure that we strengthen welfare, so generation to generation that cycle of poverty is broken.
In meetings like this,
a highlight of the symposium was a discussion on innovative approaches to data collection for poverty reduction.
We need to use innovative strategies to reach those who are most in need, but respond to what they need.
GEMS is a big capacity building program, and the idea is really to give the skills and the tools to collect granular data to local stakeholders. The idea of GEMS is to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have boots on the ground or feet on the ground.
Here in Jamaica, we have a poverty map. And for instance, at JSIF, our targeted incidents of poverty are normally the poorest of the poor. We manage and have developed over the years a proprietary system that actually takes all that data and it overlays the other geospatial data that's present so that we can contextualize, for instance, and know at any given time what is the most critical, the most needed, and probably the most feasible investment.
In another discussion, experts explored the power of technology in facilitating community involvement and ensuring sustainable development outcomes.
It is actually an intuitive tool that many people pick up every single day to begin collecting data to inform their little community initiatives. And they are able to pick up COBO Toolbox, as you heard, because it is a free tool.
We were able to use something simple as something we carry all the time with us, mobile telephones, to obtain data.
We have to ensure that we have field officers in the space to where the technology will not work,
that persons are there, because the truth is, no matter how far advanced we get, there is always a need for that human contact.
Any community with the right capacity can transform their space. So I think even as we start our development conversation, a lot should be around how can I leave this community at the end of Project A more capacitated than when we first started.
Beneficiaries from the Pisgah Primary and Infant School and the Child Protection and Family Services Agency shared their experience of data driving real change.
The communities of Pisgah, Huntley Castle, Berkshire Wood, Chevet Hills, we are proud beneficiary of a new school that is now being constructed. Thank you to CDB. Further data was used to assist 6 groups of parents who were trained and they were given grants to start their small businesses. We are now employing women on the site. Community persons are earning a living, and I'm telling you, we are coming out of the generational and the rural poverty that we have been experiencing over the years.
In 2023, the CPFSA benefited from the construction of our first child therapeutic center through funding from CDB under the Basic Needs Trust Fund. The therapeutic center provides services for what I would call the most acute cases, the children who require in-depth therapeutic interventions. Since January of this year, the center has seen 226 children.
The symposium was not just an event, but a call to action. By building capacity and empowering communities through data, Caribbean nations can move closer to eradicating poverty and achieving inclusive societies.
And together we can find the hope that's buried deep within. If we put away our differences and let's all be friends.
The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with global and regional partners, brought together over 60 community development professionals from 14 Caribbean countries for a transformative week of training in Jamaica.
We have had representatives from all 9 of the BNTF countries, and they have been introduced to the digitization of data using the COBOL toolbox.
A main feature of the workshop was the World Bank's Geo-Enabling Initiative for Monitoring and Supervision, GEMS, a capacity-building program which uses cost-free open-source tools such as COBOL Toolbox.
GEMS is an extremely impactful program because it enables governments and other local stakeholders around the world to set up customized digital data collection and analysis systems or digital monitoring systems. And through this, it has brought a lot of accountability into project implementation, service delivery, inclusions. It has really helped to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have feet on the ground, giving them real-time information on what is happening in the field.
All of this gives us a better handle on the data collection process, the authenticity of the data, the longevity of the data, in that we know it is reliable, it is accurate.
The GEMS training is what exactly the Caribbean needs with respect to addressing the shortcomings that we have in poverty eradication.
The workshop participants got an opportunity to apply their learning, from asset mapping in Brownstown to beneficiary surveys in Mendestown.
There are 775 communities that we work with, and so what we started to do in 2012 is to really identify the assets or the resources or the things that are of value or importance to our communities.
In order for us to achieve our goals of having the economic development met, we have to have accurate data. And so it's very critical what the CDB is doing with the development of the COBOL software.
With COBOL Toolbox on board, we would be able to collect data in a more real-time manner. We can better understand the communities and what needs to be done in terms of planning and development and moving forward.
The project was basically about rehabilitating the Mendestown Farm Road. So before the project, it was in a very deplorable condition.
Before the new road built, it was very hectic for the farmers because we used to have to travel a good distance from the farm to the road with the goods and the sticks. Since the Mendestown Farm Road has built, it's much easier for us farmers. We use the donkey less and we get the sticks much easier to the farms.
Two main impact is we and our children get into the main to go to our businesses, and the farmers getting out their produce to go to the market. Oh my God, it's like we're in heaven now. The farmers, they got it a lot easier because they would have to put the load on the donkeys, but now the donkeys are on holiday. When we are going up to the street, we have to carry 2 shoes. When we reach the main, we would change up. But my God, since the road have been there, it's a blessing.
Today's experience was very rewarding, seeing the satisfaction and getting first-hand knowledge from residents as to the benefits they have derived from the implementation of this sub-project. We were taught how to develop proper questions for the Kobo Toolbox application, and really using it in community today helps us understand how we can improve on our questioning, ensuring that we gather the information that we really need.
It was good interacting with the community members to see how satisfied they were with the project, and just to see the smiles on their faces and them relating how beneficial the project was. That was a very good experience.
No more mud, no more grass, no more tears, no more crying again. Thank you, Lord, for CDB.
The training has been will improve the capacity of countries in the Caribbean to do poverty analysis and to allow them to put strategies and programs together to address the issue of poverty.
I give a thumbs up for Kobo 2, and we definitely will use it in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I'm definitely excited about this workshop, just as the other 60 participants from across the region. And I'm also even more excited about what they will do upon their return to their respective countries.
We will be continuing to build capacity, not only in our BNTF countries, but across the projects and programs and technical assistance projects financed by the Caribbean Development Bank.
Once we listen to people and try to respond to their needs in a meaningful way, that is when development happens.
Community leaders are champions of change, building better lives, stronger organizations, and more resilient communities. The Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in partnership with the JN Foundation and the Local Engagement and Action Fund, LEAF, hosted a groundbreaking 4-day pilot workshop from April 28 to May 1, 2025, with one goal in mind: to empower community-based and civil society organizations with the tools to thrive.
We had a collective view, both CDB and JN Foundation, in terms of the urgent need to strengthen community organizations to move the needle forward. So when JN put forward the idea around the financial literacy training, we were happy to be a part of that intervention. We have had a long-standing relationship with the local engagement and Action Fund, financed by the Global Affairs Canada. So moving along with this financial literacy capacity building session for community champions means a lot.
When you combine your resources, you're able to reach more persons. And so this allowed an opportunity for us to bring our knowledge. Jane Foundation provided the financial management training, and CDB also looked at what are the necessary steps for preparing a solid project proposal. And if we looked at elements that would ensure that you have a winning project proposal when you submit to your donor.
We have a mandate at Jamaica National that we want to enrich lives and build communities. We want Jamaicans, wherever they reside, to live boldly, to live their best lives. And because of the role that community groups play at the grassroots level, empowering them to do better, giving them the financial tools that they need to thrive, it was a clear thing. It would be a win for all of us nationally.
Held in Kingston, Manchester, St. Anne, and St. James, the workshops welcomed 50 community leaders at each location.
Amazing, fantastic. Today was fulfilling. The content added significant value, real value to our lives.
The sessions covered the essentials of strong financial management, building the foundation for long-term impact and sustainability.
What they have done is, in a one-day workshop, put together a protocol and a system to help someone from start to finish that is a part of a benevolent society, a charity organization, or even those looking to become foundations. So they are supported, they know who to go to, and they can continue outside of the workshop the rest of the steps and phases that are required.
Gender responsive budgeting is integrating gender equality more strategically in your organization.
The main thing I took from the event today was how if we don't do the correct research and proper gender inclusiveness, that is a hidden risk to any grant that will be going out.
From today's session, I'm learning about that there are a lot of fundings out there for NGOs, so we must now do more active searching for these grant funding and for these opportunities so we can apply.
If you're applying for a grant, if your record keeping is out of whack, you're not able to sell yourself or sell the organization to the grantee. So I think that is one of the key areas of today's workshop.
My key takeaway would be learning how to properly manage your records, especially when it comes down to the different type of accounts that you may encounter in your organization.
Each session was practical, engaging, fun, and interactive, tailored to the real challenges faced by grassroots organizations.
I was hoping that a lot of the participants would note or see that registering with us is not as difficult as they might feel. I know that the requirements are hefty, but once they come in, they'll find that we're very helpful and that we're not going to leave them to figure it out all on their own.
I have to go back and hold meetings with younger community members who have done well and try to stimulate them to take a greater part in the development of the community, because I would really like to know that the community continues to develop even after we have gone.
Participants gained not just knowledge, but the confidence to lead with transparency and vision.
Coming here today, it makes such a difference because, when you have challenges in your organization, I found some solutions, and certainly it has helped me to be more confident in what I do.
With the strengthening of financial literacy, I feel more confident with doing proposal writings to approach different organizations and knowing that I will have all my checks and balances done.
This initiative is part of the CDB's strategic mission to build social, economic, environmental, and productive resilience throughout the region.
If we don't empower people working in communities to do their work better, if we do not give them tools, if we do not design access that is inclusive
and appropriate for them in terms of culture, in terms of resources, etc., we're going to get left behind. We need them to make change happen. That is what ultimately was reinforced.
For the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we are invested in this quest to improve lives and to reduce vulnerabilities across the region. But for us to advance those poverty reduction agenda, it requires collaboration. It requires other entities coming to the fore. So if we could increase the awareness of the issues in those local spaces and bring other partners to the conversation, then it means a lot more. We are concerned more about the multiplier effect after the BNTF. We don't want to leave any community the same as when we started. So there has to be greater focus in building key areas like proposal writing, like financial management.
By investing in the financial literacy of our community champions, we're investing in the future of the Caribbean, where strong institutions uplift lives and local action drives lasting progress.
The Caribbean Development Bank was introduced to COBO Toolbox in 2019 while we were implementing the Community Disaster Risk Reduction Fund, the bank's program that was geared at climate resilience at the community level. A key component of that exercise was the development of community profile and livelihood baseline assessment, understanding the main livelihood activities within communities across the 4 targeted countries: Belize, British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A key component of that exercise was collecting critical data at the local level, targeting communities, some of which were within the hinterland, indigenous and tribal peoples, and having their perspective on what their key livelihood activities were, and then what are some of the main risks that they face, and what are some of the potential contingency that they could put in place in the event of a natural hazard. That exercise was quite challenging. We used paper-based models initially, which took us extensive time. So doing an exercise in one community could take us as much as 2 or 3 weeks from data collection to data analysis. COBO Toolbox changed all that. We were able to collect data and analyze it almost instantly within those spaces. The local leaders were happy, not just because the process was quicker, but they could also, in real time, have access to the findings. COBO Toolbox transformed data collection for us. What we did at the end of that process was we started to facilitate training in the use of COBO Toolbox data collection platform in collaboration with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. And we trained almost 300 community development professionals and disaster management experts in COBO Toolbox manipulation. Now, for the Basic Needs Trust Fund, the bank's flagship for poverty reduction program, COBO Toolbox is now one of our mainstays. In 2024, we had our first in-person COBO Toolbox training, bringing together almost 70 community development professionals and disaster risk management experts from across 9 Caribbean countries. And that was done in collaboration with COBO Toolbox and the World Bank team. That has led to significant advancement in data collection, as several of those organizations are now using COBO Toolbox in their work on a daily basis. Given the impact of this platform, in 2023, the Caribbean Development Bank partnered with the African Development Bank, the World Bank Junior Enabling Team, and COBO Toolbox, and hosted the first commemoration for us as a region for the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty in October. And that continued into 2024 and 2025 with a similar theme of highlighting how different organizations use tools like COBO Toolbox to address issues of data collection in more efficient manner to solve some of the greatest challenges we face as a region. It became the go-to for us at CDB and among quite a few of our partners. As we go forward, we continue our collaboration with the GEMS team, World Bank GEMS team, to see how we could develop even more robust M&E systems within the Caribbean Development Bank to ensure even more advanced use of COBO Toolbox. We're currently targeting completing a pilot portfolio mapping exercise, building on some of the best practices at the World Bank, and having our basic Need Trust Fund teams in Belize, Jamaica, Guyana, and Suriname do use COBO Toolbox to do mapping of our projects, both from the World Bank and the CDB, as a pilot exercise that will be replicated across other spaces. We are certainly happy to collaborate in all instances with the COBO Toolbox team and what they bring to the table. They make development work much easier.
Nothing about us without us. That is a saying that many vulnerable groups are familiar with. It is also a saying that in part informs a 3-country regional community capacity assessment undertaken by the Caribbean Development Bank's CDB Basic Needs Trust Fund, BNTF. From February to April 2023, the BNTF conducted a capacity assessment of 32 community groups in 28 communities in Jamaica, Guyana, and St. Lucia. 565 persons participated in the exercise. This intervention aimed to identify areas for strengthening the operations of each group to aid communities with pursuing sustainable local development.
With that in mind, under the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we sought to look at the community capacity assessment, focusing on the community groups themselves to see how we could understand where their areas of needs are, and then to develop interventions to improve their operations as a group so that they could have more sustained interventions within their spaces and becoming champions for development within those communities.
The BNTF program is the CDB's main vehicle for direct poverty reduction in the Caribbean. It responds to needs identified by the most vulnerable communities in the priority areas of water and sanitation, education and livelihoods enhancement, and access and drainage. Some of the needs identified by the assessment included the fact that 86% of the groups did not have a constitution to govern their operations. Additionally, 96% of the group members did not have the capacity to write proposals.
This questionnaire caught all of us sitting last night at the table, where it came to vision, mission, and then we went back as teachers, goals, philosophy, object. So we were saying, and now it teach us a lesson now, because it might be another NGO we might want to seek grants from, and they might ask us the very question. So if we get help in formulating objectives, visions, and missions, it would put our community, I think, on a better track.
As BNTF's program strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, the assessments also incorporated community awareness of and alignment with the goals. Overall, 62% of the 32 communities were unaware of the SDGs or how the goals applied to the work they were doing on the ground.
Coming out of the meeting, something that is very critical. Jamaica is a country that has aligned its national development plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. 91.3% of the indicators are mapped, if not one-to-one closely. But speaking to the community, they had not heard about the SDGs. They didn't understand what it meant. They were unaware of even its existence. I think that's a critical disconnect. I think we need to stop to get between that disconnect and pull the parts together.
The assessments were conducted using the intuitive software COBO Toolbox, which allowed for data collection using a smartphone and for speedy preliminary assessments.
Reliable data is crucial in aiding vulnerable communities and reducing poverty. My name is Tino Kreutzer, and I'm the CEO at COBO, the nonprofit behind COBO Toolbox, a data collection platform used globally for research and social good. We were privileged to support the Caribbean Development Bank in strengthening the resilience of local communities in Jamaica and Guyana to ensure a successful project rollout. Our team helped design assessment forms, streamline data collection, and provide custom visualizations. Our offline data collection features were essential in remote areas lacking internet. Supporting organizations like CDB is central to our work. Our goal is to ensure that programs like BNTF have access to high-quality data tools so they can make an impact on the ground. By enabling access to reliable, high-quality data, we at COBO are committed to empowering organizations like CDB to create meaningful, on-the-ground changes and to increase resilience.
The assessments have challenged the countries involved to look more critically at its work.
Some things that we've seen from these assessment visits that we can also do more for the community, which I'm looking forward to doing more for the community in terms of building their capacity and working with them as a group to, when we leave the community, for them to also be able to move forward and progress and develop further in their space.
For Laverne Luard-Greaves, social analyst at the CDB, a major part of the substantive value of the assessments is that many of the participating community groups will have their capacity for action built.
In the first instance, coming out of these activities directly, there is the promise to provide support for the entities to build out their action plans. In a very real way, the BNTF will be providing support for them to have these action plans finalized. We will also be providing support in terms of strengthening their operational capacity so that they're better equipped to conduct some of the tasks that they need to conduct and to better represent their communities within the spaces.
As a part of the next steps from the assessment, the BNTF will be organising a proposal writing workshop in July, as well as preparing an online community development course.
On October 17, the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, the Caribbean Development Bank's Basic Needs Trust Fund, in collaboration with its partners, held a hybrid symposium attended by over 90 persons from 14 Caribbean countries. It underscored the vital role of robust data in driving poverty reduction and building peaceful and inclusive societies.
It is through data that we can pinpoint where poverty is most entrenched, which communities are being left behind, and which groups are most at risk. Moreover, data enables us to target our interventions more effectively. It allows us to tailor our projects to addressing the unique challenges faced by different populations, ensuring that our initiatives are responsive and impactful.
We must build sustainable livelihoods. At the same time, we need to make further investments to ensure that we strengthen welfare, so generation to generation, that cycle of poverty is broken.
In meetings like this,
a highlight of the symposium was a discussion on innovative approaches to data collection for poverty reduction.
We need to use innovative strategies to reach those who are most in need, but respond to what they need.
GEMS is a big capacity building program, and the idea is really to give the skills and the tools to collect granular data to local stakeholders. The idea of GEMS is to get eyes on the ground where you cannot always have boots on the ground or feet in the ground.
Here in Jamaica, we have a poverty map. And for instance, at JSIF, our targeted incidents of poverty are normally the poorest of the poor. We manage and have developed over the years a proprietary system that actually takes all that data and it overlays the other geospatial data that's present so that we can contextualize, for instance, and know at any given time what is the most critical, the most needed, and probably the most feasible investment.
In another discussion, experts explored the power of technology in facilitating community involvement and ensuring sustainable development outcomes.
It is actually an intuitive tool that many people pick up every single day to begin collecting data to inform their little community initiatives. And they are able to pick up COBO Toolbox, as you heard, because it is a free tool.
We're able to
At the Caribbean Development Bank, we know that lasting change begins with understanding.
to
understanding the
obtain data.
needs of underserved groups, the opportunities available to them, and the barriers preventing their disaster preparedness and climate adaptation. In Jamaica and Belize, community projects aimed at risk reduction were struggling, especially from women
I think
and
even
youth.
as we start our
In
development
response,
conversation,
the
a lot should
CDB's
be around
Community Disaster Risk
how can I
Reduction
leave
Fund
this
introduced
community at the end of
effective
Project
community
A
engagement in
more
2018.
than when
We were
first
able to
started.
boost
Beneficiaries from the
involvement
Pisco
by
Primary and
identifying
Infant
key
School
needs and
and the Child
preferences,
Protection
thus
and Family
informing
Services
new
Agency
strategies that
shared their
secured the
experience
engagement of a
data driving
diverse
real
community
change.
throughout the project lifecycle. From this, powerful success stories have emerged where communities have been mobilized to take control of their own safety and resilience. In Belize, a survey of 550 residents in 11 Mayan villages revealed that many women and young adults were busy juggling caregiving duties and felt uncomfortable speaking out in community meetings. Taking this into account, home visits became the primary engagement method. The result was remarkable. Participation among women and youth increased by 70%, transforming these projects into truly community-driven efforts that resonated with locals and created lasting impact.
From CDB,
In Jamaica,
under the Basic
over
Needs Trust
1,000 members of communities were
therapeutic
concerned with
center
poverty
provides I would
and
call
the
the most
frequent
acute
threat
cases.
of flooding.
The children
Yet
who require
86% of
in-depth
respondents
therapeutic
expressed a
interventions.
desire to be
Since
involved in
January of this
community
year,
activities,
the center has
especially
seen
disaster preparedness.
226
With the right
children.
communication
The symposium
strategies
was not
and
just an
targeted
event, but
more
capacity
securely
and
with the
empowering
tools
communities
for
through
success.
data.
In
Caribbean
Westmoreland,
nations can
over
move closer
50%
to
of residents have
eradicating
now
poverty
participated
and
in
achieving
disaster
inclusive
preparedness
societies.
activities. While in St. Thomas, nearly 95% of respondents expressed a desire to contribute to development initiatives, showing a significant commitment to long-term improvements. Across the waters, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, threats caused by volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, landslides, and floods have made communities like Sandy
The
Bay,
Caribbean Development
Fancy,
Bank's
and
Basic Needs
Georgetown
Trust Fund,
vulnerable.
in collaboration
Of
with
the
global and regional
499
partners, brought
community
together
members
over
surveyed,
60 community
nearly
development
80%
professionals from
indicated
14
they
Caribbean
wanted to
countries
contribute
for a
to community
transformative
safety
week of
initiatives,
training in Jamaica.
but only
We've had
56% were
representatives
aware
from
of disaster
all 9
preparedness
of the
programs.
BNTF countries.
This
and,
presents an
they
opportunity
have
for
been
the
introduced
implementation
to
of empowerment
the
strategies that
digitization of
capitalize
data,
on their desire
using
to
the
face
COBOL
disasters
toolbox.
head-on. In the British Virgin Islands, a clear need to increase disaster preparedness presents itself in over 80 million US in flood damage across the islands. This, along with the threat of crime, language barriers, and improper waste management, create a situation of the utmost urgency. And these communities are willing to answer the call. Of the 225 survey participants, over 70% indicated a desire to participate in resilience building activities and disaster preparedness. Through the Caribbean Development Bank's Community Engagement Survey, we've uncovered a pathway to lasting change. More than 2,000 residents participated in planning sessions, with up to a 95% commitment to ongoing community development. This tool is now included in project management approaches in Belize, the British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. By strengthening communication, fostering collaboration, promoting inclusive development, and providing the tools they need, we can unlock these communities' potential, building resilience, reducing poverty, and transforming lives.
All right, so thank you again for being here with us today. Thank you for those who are on the live stream. I'm going to move into our session of the day where we look at strengthening organizations, how they are structured, clarifying purpose, and strengthening revenue strategies. To do this for us today is Tracy Apol, a senior consultant with over 20 years of experience supporting governments and civil society organizations in strategic planning and monitoring and evaluation and results-based management. She has worked across the Caribbean, Latin America, Africa, Europe, North America, and specializes in gender analysis, needs assessment, and organizational design. Let's welcome Tracy. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Now is, the technical difficulty was my own. I forgot to turn the microphone on. All right, what's after lunch, right? We're still waking up. All right, so first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm really excited about this. Hopefully over the next few days, we get a chance to chat and we get a chance to meet each other a little bit better. I was asked to come here today to talk to you about the business model and lean canvases as tools for strategic planning. So before I begin, I'm just curious, how many people in the room how many have a strategic plan in their organization? Just a show of hands, quite a few. Excellent, excellent. So what we're going to talk about is how to make a strategic plan a one-page document. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah? All right. And so we're going to do a little bit of activities. For those of you who are streaming, we're going to be doing some activities here in the room by having conversations at our tables. If you're streaming and there happens to be more than one of you in front of your computer, feel free to talk with them. If you're on your own, there's just guiding questions, so you can reflect on those guiding questions on your own. All right, so my objective for this session is that by the end of it, you will be able to develop a one-page business model canvas and or a lean canvas. So those are the two things that we're going to be talking about. And in your packages, you should have templates for each of these canvases. Each one is 2 pages. The first one is the canvas with some guiding questions, and the second one is a blank canvas. Before we begin, though, I want you to watch a video. And as you're watching this video, I want you to pay particular attention to the value that the product is proposing, who's going to benefit from the value, and how individuals are going to get this value. Okay, there's the video. Okay, here we go. That's not the video. It's a lovely looking video. There's a little skip button at the bottom to skip the ad. This is the joys of YouTube. This is the video.
Hello, my name is Gwyneth, and I'll be your professor today. And I will be talking about the brain.
Hi.
Hello, I'm your veterinarian today.
You're kidding.
Nope, I'm Dr. Brooklyn. See?
Okay, doctor.
Oh, here, let me see. Good morning, everyone. I'm your new coach. My name is Maddie. Nice to meet you.
I had the most fantastic day in the office. You'll never believe what happened. We got that new business I wanted.
Have you ever seen him fly?
Have you seen him what?
Fly?
No.
My cat can fly.
Okay.
The dog's brain can't think as much as the human's brain because there's no high school for the dog. This is Peter, the Triceratops. Peter is 1 year old. The T-Rex, Sally, is 1,02,252 years old. Knees up like a unicorn. Higher, higher. I've been to New York, Transylvania, Pennsylvania. We can think and do lots of stuff with our brain. Now, does anybody know how big the brain is? Anybody? Sophia. It is medium. Medium. Very good.
All right, so just at your table, and again, if you're streaming, just reflect on the questions. If there's somebody sitting beside you, streaming this with you, talk with them. So what stood out for you from the video? What was the value that was being proposed? Who's benefiting from it? How are they getting that value? So what stood out for you? We'll just take about 5 minutes to discuss this at your table. All right, let's come back together. So what stood out for you from the video? What did you notice? Do we have microphones that we can pass around? All right, what stood out for you? What caught your attention? Right, the girls were confident. Yeah, why were the girls confident? They were articulate, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. They were able to engage with adults, no problem. Yeah. They knew what they were talking about. They were very smart, weren't they? Yeah, yeah. They commanded the space, yes. Sorry, we're going faster than the mic can move. Again, sorry?
It had an ultimate goal to sell a product at the end of the day. So therefore use what can be gained from it at the beginning to kind of hold you as the audience.
Exactly.
To that, and at the end, just pitch it at
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
They had an ultimate goal to sell you a product. Can you actually go a little bit further? What product, I know it was for Barbie, but what else were they selling?
The imagination of of having a doll at the end. The young child was communicating with the doll, and ultimately you can achieve anything that you so desire.
Yeah,
and it's a value that you can get as a parent.
Beautiful, exactly. Yeah, these young girls with their imagination can realize that they can achieve whatever they want. That's what they're selling, women's empowerment. Yeah. Anyone else?
We just talked about changing perspectives. It was young girls selling or teaching older. And you can see from the beginning that they were confused, but in the end, they did exactly, what they wanted them to do.
Yeah, there was a bit of shock value, right? These young girls coming in and being the veterinary and being a professor, a coach. Yeah. Oh, we've got someone over here. Yes.
Yes, so at the table we spoke about how it was empowerment through imagination. And one of the things I like about the video from a marketing standpoint is they were pitching it as a way of life.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, this is a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Almost like you would be a bad parent if you did not give your child a Barbie and allow your child to dream and build confidence through imagination.
Yeah, exactly. Of course you want your daughter to be empowered, so why wouldn't you give her a Barbie? Yeah, wonderful. Anyone else? Just the mic is coming. Just yeah.
Just in terms of as someone who used to play with Barbies and just resonating with it, and just the idea of play as not just play, but play as a form of development.
Absolutely.
I think that was showing, even though the adults were skeptical, it's kind of bringing home that idea that children are the future, but their future doesn't start when they turn 18 or 21. It's that you set that foundation from a young age.
Exactly. Yeah. Play is hugely important for childhood development. Yeah. That imagination, the ability to dream. All right. So when you think about your own organization, why is it important to be clear about what your organization does, for whom, and how? Right? So Barbie, they're trying to sell a product. They're trying to get you to buy. Their ultimate goal is to make money. It's a for-profit corporation. And they're clear about that. And the messaging that they give helps them to achieve that goal. Why is it important for your organization to be clear? What do you think?
To have a clear vision of your objective.
Absolutely, so that you can have that clear vision, right? When there's a clear vision, everybody can work towards achieving it. Yeah.
People need to know what they're buying into or supporting.
Absolutely. What people?
Investors or even your what do you call it? Stakeholders or the people actually buying it. What do you call them? Consumers. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So people need to know what they're buying into. You know, whether it's an actual financial transaction or it's just it's supporting an organization. It's knowing what is it that they're getting behind. Yeah. Any other thoughts? All right, so let's move on then. So what we want to talk about during this hour is this idea of a canvas. A canvas is a one-page document. It's like a strategic plan, but small. It fits on one page. You can put it on your wall. But it explains what an organization is, what it's there to, what is the value proposition. The heart is the value proposition. What value do you bring to society? What value do you bring to the companies? And then what's needed to bring that value? The business model canvas was developed in about 2005. That was the first type of a canvas. And it was developed by a guy named Alexander Osterwalder. So he reviewed a whole bunch of strategic plans by private for-profit organizations. And after he reviewed them, he realized that there were common elements. And based on those common elements, he created the canvas. Because he said, you know, if you have a strategic plan, it's often a 10-page, 16-page, 20-page document, right? You do it, it's beautiful, it can be a lot of fun to develop. It gets bound up, made to look pretty, and it sits on a shelf. The canvas is a way to have it printed out and put it on the wall so that you can see it and be reminded. Be reminded, what is your vision? What is it that you're trying to achieve? I'm going to go back. So the business model canvas and the lean canvas is a shift away from just having a regular strategic plan. Again, that strategic plan is a large document. The canvas is quick to develop. You can do it with your team. You can sit down for a day and do a planning session and brainstorming. You've got Post-it notes, you've got different colors, and you work together to create this canvas. It's more concise. Because you have to get everything on one page, you have to be very concise, very specific. It's easily adaptable. If things change over time, if the context changes, it's not a fixed document that you've printed a million times. It's there to be changed. It's developed through collaboration. Like I said, you've got your team together. Maybe you bring in other stakeholders and you sit together and do it. And one thing that's really important is it's rights holder centric, right? The Barbie video that we saw, it focused on young girls. The whole video was focused on the empowerment of young girls. The canvases are also rights holder centric. Who is going to receive the value from the work that you do? And that is the heart of it. So as I mentioned, there's two types of canvases. There's the business model canvas and the lean canvas. So we'll look at the two different canvases. So the business model canvas is a one-page strategic planning tool. It's a visual depiction of your business model. It's also a brainstorming tool for creating a strategic plan. And it tends to be best for larger organizations or organizations that are more complex. So multiple programs, multiple initiatives, multiple funding sources. And it helps to ensure the value of an organization offers aligns with the needs of the rights holders. The business model canvas has 9 elements. And as I mentioned, you have handouts that, so you don't have to read the very small font that's on the screen. It is on your handouts. But the business model canvas starts with that value proposition. What value do you bring to those rights holders? What makes you special as an organization? How are you different from other organizations? Why should a funder support you? Do you offer anything better, anything different, anything more relevant, more appropriate? Who are the rights holders or the beneficiaries? And what are their needs? Does your value proposition align with their needs? How are you going to reach the communities? It also looks at who are other stakeholders. You know, who else is interested in what you're doing? Who are the funders? Who are the other organizations that are maybe working in the same communities? What are your key activities and the resources? What are your indicators? How are you going to know that you're making a change? What are the costs? What does it cost to actually deliver your value proposition? And what are your revenue streams? Where is your revenue coming from? The lean canvas, on the other hand, is more for smaller organizations, simple organizations. Larger organizations can use them too, particularly if you have a new project or a new initiative. So they're similar to a business model canvas in that it's a one-page document, but it focuses more on what is the problem and how do you solve the problem. It's also very adaptable, and it allows for fast iterations. A lean canvas helps ensure organizational strategy aligns with the problem being solved and the needs of the rights holders. A lean canvas also has 9 elements. Again, the value proposition is that starting point, but I'm just going to go to this slide for a second because instead of reading all of them out, because they are similar. So there's a couple of key differences. While the business model includes other stakeholders and high-level activities and resources, the lean canvas has something called the unfair advantage. It's a really interesting, what do you think the unfair advantage means? If you think about your own organization, if we talk about your unfair advantage, what might that mean? Any thoughts? Yes? What makes you stand out? Exactly. What makes you different from organizations? Yeah. Why should a funder support you and not another organization over here? What makes you stand out? So that's is included in the lean model canvas. It also focuses again on the problem and the solution. So the larger business model canvas doesn't focus so much on a specific problem because it's more systemic, but the lean canvas does. So the lean canvas is designed for new organizations or new initiatives. This is what the business model canvas looks like. So again, a one-page document with all of those 9 elements. And I'm going to give you an example from an organization. I'm going to give you an example for a business model canvas and a lean canvas with organizations I worked with in Canada. So the business model canvas for an organization called the Multicultural Health Brokers Co-op. So this organization, they work with immigrants and refugees who come to Canada, and they act as liaisons between the healthcare system and the newcomer community. And so one of the problems that they had identified early on was that when newcomers come to Canada, their expectations for a healthcare system are very different than what the system is expecting. And so they hired individual women from the community. So they had come over as immigrants previously, experienced all the challenges with the healthcare system. And now these women are helping to educate doctors and nurses within the healthcare system on how they can better serve these newcomers. And they're also educating the newcomers themselves on how they can access Canadian healthcare services. So if we look at the example, when we talk about value proposition, the value proposition for the multicultural health brokers is to support immigrants in Canada while also helping Canadian systems to learn and improve by taking advantage of the lived experience of our staff. That's their value proposition. There's lots of organizations in Canada that work with immigrants. There's very few that hire immigrant women who have those same lived experiences, who are now supporting the newer immigrant women. Key activities: accompanying families to meetings, staff trainings, informing mainstream agencies, providing materials, other stakeholders, healthcare workers, teachers, other immigrant serving organizations, governments, funders. Who are the rights holders? Immigrant families, particularly immigrant women and immigrant children. The right holder needs: they're new to the social support system. They need to be able to navigate Canadian systems. Outreach: how do they reach these communities? They reach them through referrals from the health system itself and from the newcomer communities. So a new woman comes and she's pregnant and she starts talking to other women from her community who have had babies already, and they say, oh, you need to go and talk to Sabah. Sabah helped me when I was pregnant. So that's one of the big ways that they do outreach. So this is an example of a business model canvas. It's a large organization. It has multiple funders, and it's actually expanded from just healthcare to now also focusing on the education system. So similar situation. An example in Cameroon, Cameroonian immigrants, when they come to Canada, in Cameroon, if a child misbehaves at home, the biggest threat to that child is, I'm going to tell your teacher. Because it's the teacher who disciplines the child, not the parents. But now you have a Cameroonian family who comes to Canada and is new to Canada. And in Canada, it's the opposite. If the children misbehaves in school, they're telling the parent. And the two can't understand why nobody's disciplining the child. And so the brokers are helping each side understand the expectations of the other side. Any questions? All right. So the lean canvas. Again, this is for smaller organizations, organizations that have a new initiative, a new program, or organizations that maybe have only one or two programs. So again, here's an example from an organization that I worked with in Canada. So this organization is called Basically Babies. What they found was that for low-income families, when they have a new baby, it's very expensive because they have to buy diapers. Sometimes they have to buy formula. They have to buy clothes. And so they thought one thing that we can do that would be helpful is to provide these low-income families with a big basket full of clothes for the first year of their life. So, and in Canada, of course, we have 4 seasons. So if a baby is born in the summer, the first 3 months of clothes will be summer clothes. The next 3 months will be fall clothes. The next 3 months will be winter clothes, and then spring clothes. If the child is born in the winter, it changes. And so this organization, their value proposition is provide new and gently used clothes to babies of low-income families for 1 year through our partners. And the unfair advantage, what is it that makes them unique? Is that they have established relationships with CSOs. And so what makes this unique is that they work with organizations like the Multicultural Health Brokers Co-op, who already knows who the low-income families are because they're working with them. So the Multicultural Health Brokers gets those baskets for those families. So this organization doesn't have to go out and find the family. They have the relationships. The other unfair advantage is that they have relationships with some of the big stores. And so they're getting donated baby clothes from, I don't know if you have these stores in Jamaica, from Walmart. Do you have Walmart? No? Walmart, Costco, all these great big department stores and box stores. And so they get beautiful brand new clothes donated all the time. Any questions? Yes.
I'm just asking, why is the word unfair advantage? Is it unfair in relation to other organizations? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's so again, the business model canvas and the lean canvas were originally developed for for-profit organizations, and they've since been modified for CSO and non-governmental organizations, not-for-profits, but they kept this terminology, unfair advantage. And it is because they want you to think about what makes you unique. Why should a funder give you the money as opposed to giving it to somebody else? What is it that you can do that they can't do? What makes you special? What makes you unique? What gives you an unfair advantage over another organization? It's like it's a selling point, but they use the word unfair. Yeah. It's based on the idea that even funders don't have enough resources to support everyone. So again, why should they support your organization? What do you have that gives you an advantage over another organization? Sorry, can you?
Oh, yeah, because I'm just wondering if it's framed as an unfair advantage, wouldn't that be a deterrent in terms of if this organization already has this infrastructure and these systems, wouldn't you be thinking that maybe I should fund? I'm just thinking about the word unfair means, okay, well, if they have this infrastructure in place already, then maybe I should fund somebody else that doesn't have this advantage.
So another unfair advantage could be, just to go build off of the previous presentation, could be your social return on investment. And an unfair advantage could be that your social return on investment is significantly higher than another organization. So a funder might say, if we support this organization, the social return on investment is going to be so much greater. The change that we're going to see will be so much bigger. In other instances, if it is a funder that's looking to fund new initiatives, the unfair advantage might be being a new organization. And a well-established organization might not have access to the funds, so they don't have that advantage. Anyone else? Any questions? Yes. Oh, there's the mic is there. Can you repeat it into the mic?
It boils down to who need it most. Who need it most?
Who need it the most? Exactly. Yeah. Any other thoughts, comments, questions?
Maybe unfair advantage has a little bit of a negative connotation, but perhaps competitive edge could also be appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that I would stress, so this is the classic terminology that's used in these canvases, but just because these terms are being used doesn't mean that if you're doing it, you have to use these terms. You know, again, the whole, the idea of this, it was designed for for-profit organizations, not for NGOs. And so there's a lot of things that are changing. They continue to change. And so if you don't like the terms, or maybe for your organization, there's another idea that is really important for your strategic plan. So they don't have to be fixed. You know, similar to what was said in the previous slides, they are iterative. And it would be your tool. So you need to design it in a way that makes the most sense for your organization. Yeah. And I will also say that when I first saw the unfair advantage concept, it also kind of shocked me, like, unfair. I don't want to be unfair. But then later on, once I understood what they were trying to get at, I was like, okay, maybe I do want to be unfair. So the heart of these canvases is the value proposition. The private companies are really good at this. Private companies are really good at saying, this is the value that we are going to bring to people. They're going to want to buy our product, our service, because we can provide this value. In my experience, CSOs, NGOs are not as good at stating what their value is, of being very concise. And so this is a tool to remind us to be able to say, what value do we provide to the rights holders? So that is the heart of the canvas. When you write your value proposition, it should include who the rights holders are. So we're not just providing a service for people. Who are the people? Men, women, girls, boys, urban, rural. Who are the rights holders? What is the problem that's being addressed? And the special and unique way that you're going to address the problem. So here's an example from Uber. Uber's value proposition. We allow people to get from A to B in a comfortable, safe, and reasonably priced ride by hailing a car through an app. It's concise. It explains very well what they do. It shows what's unique. They use an app. And it talks about comfort, safety, and price. So that is the value proposition for Uber that they have in their canvas. So what I would like you to do right now is I want you to just take a few moments and reflect on your organization and what is your value proposition. So again, in your packets, you should have a handout, and there will be a blank space for where it says value proposition. I want you to take a moment on your own and think about what is your organization's value proposition. And once you've done that, I want you to just share it with the people around the table. So something concise, explains what you do and for whom, and what is that unique value that you provide. If you're streaming this, it's the same activity. Feel free to write it on your own. If you are sitting with someone else, you can also discuss the value proposition together and work on it together. But what is your organization's value proposition?
Tracy.
So these are the documents that you should be looking for in your canvas. If you are a larger, more complex organization, you might want to use the big one, the blue one. So the blue one talks about your organization's value proposition. So it is on the last page. There is a blank page, and it has each of the 9 elements, and the middle one is value proposition. If you are a smaller organization or you want to think about just one of your projects, then it's the pink document. And again, on the very last page is you'll find a template for the campus. And in the middle, it says value proposition. Any questions? Can we get a few more copies of those two documents if there's extras? We've got, I know there's one person that had two blue ones in their package and some that don't have them.
She want a lover man. 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 She want a lover man.
So if you're finished developing your value proposition, just share it with someone else at your table. Again, if you're streaming online, if you happen to be sitting with somebody, continue to discuss it. If you're working it on your own, just read it and reflect on it. And are your rights holders reflected in the statement? Does it explain how you might be different from another organization? What is your unique value? All right, let's come back together. We've just got a few more minutes. So what stood out for you from this activity? Sorry? What stood out for you from this activity? Sorry?
Okay, what stood out for me, I thought about, I had a little conversation with you because Blossom has multiple funders. And I kept thinking, but we have one stream. I kept thinking everything we do at Blossom is to support ending violence against women and girls. And then I thought about everything that, and so then I came up with two kind of value propositions. One for donors, and what I wrote was Blossom delivers high return social investment by preventing trauma escalation, strengthening justice outcome, and restoring dignity for children and families, reducing long-term costs. And that's because we work with children and families affected by sexual abuse and exploitation. So we work with the children and the family, and that is extended to the migrant community, who we also work with. So that's the core of our work. So I came up with that. I thought, okay, that's for donors. But then because we work in a difficult government environment, I then thought, well, what will I say to the government? And I started off writing, Blossom functions as a cost-saving, system-strengthening partner that improves survivor engagement, justice efficiency, and child protection outcomes nationwide. So that's where I ended. Kind of long sentences, but
I think that's great. It's a difficult exercise. It's difficult to come up with one sentence that describes your organization. I think those two were great, and I think they could probably, with a little bit more work, they could be combined into one. Yeah. Anyone else? What did you think of this idea of a value proposition? Yes.
When I wanted to write down what it actually is, the question that came to my mind is, but why do people choose us as an organization? What makes us being the different one between all the other organizations? We are a leading SRHR organization. Sexual reproductive health is our core business. And what always comes out from interviews, meetings with people is when we come to you, you're not judgmental.
Beautiful.
We're not discriminated. And we are sure of guaranteed of our privacy and confidentiality. So that was the reason. And if you would like to make a link to donors, if you look at the SDGs, I could sum up SDG 3, 4, and 5.
Excellent. That's great. Yeah. And I love how you framed that. Why are they coming to us? Why are the rights holders coming to us? Yeah, that is your value proposition. Yeah. All right. Yes, one more. Oh, okay, two more. One here and then one there, and then we're going to have to wrap it up.
All right, good afternoon. Presenting for BNTF, Basic Needs Trust Fund. So our unique value proposition is to alleviate poverty through the implementation of sub-projects. What types of support services do we offer to the various sectors? Human resource development, where we offer skills training programs, access and drainage through road rehabilitation, and access to community, easy as access. Water and sanitation, access to potable water, livelihoods, where we improve, the standard of living of individuals and also contribute to economic growth. How does our organization align with the SDGs? Through the entire implementation and all our processes, SDG is incorporated. So we have all sectors, SDG 1, SDG 6, 8, 11, and 17. Most importantly, partnerships, where we partner with the government agencies and the local authorities, including the councils, who are very important in the implementation of this project.
Wonderful. So one of the things that I heard from you is that your value proposition is the holistic work that you do. It's the fact that you're working on A, B, C, and D. That is a value proposition, because when you bring it all together, that is the value. If you were only doing one thing, it would be a completely different value proposition than if you're doing multiple things. Well done. Okay, last comment right here.
So for me, the challenge was to summarize the activity, right? Specific activity to deal with a particular product in farming. So I summarize it as the help of my team here. Promote smart agricultural practices among farmers through capacity building to increase sustainable product.
Wonderful. Yeah. And thank you for outlining the challenge, because this is difficult. And this is one of the reasons why it's called strategic. It's strategic to think about what it is, to be able to write that value proposition, to be able to be concise. Yeah. Wonderful. All right, so just to end the presentation, I just wanted to highlight that there's a number, you can find software online to support you to do this kind of work. So if your teams are not all in the same space, there's software like Mural and Miro, and both of them, people can collaborate online, but they have really nice templates. There's also Canva. And so there's lots of online software that you can use to develop your model, and that you can work with your team to collaborate to build this. All right. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for your participation, and I look forward to chatting with you over the next couple of days.
Thank you so much, Tracy, and thank you for walking us through the different types of canvases so that none of us could feel left out, and that we're able to strengthen our organizations to do good better. At this time, we're moving into more thinking, more working. We're going to be doing our action planning with Georgia once again. So let's welcome Georgia to the stage.
So, good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. And not to worry, this is a very, very, very short session. It's not even a session, really. So, don't worry. I'm seeing the faces. I'm seeing the Lord God. That's what we'd say in Jamaica, yeah? You didn't say it out loud, but I saw it. And I know it's not about me because I'm beautiful and wonderful, but I understand, yes? I understand. So, this session is one that I fought for with my colleagues. Richardo is here. He fought with me because everybody understood that at this point you'd want to go home, right? But I am a teacher. That's who I am. I've always been a teacher. And so I believe in what I call competency-based learning, meaning that knowledge must be demonstrated. And so we have been here today, and we have heard, and we have learned, and we have agreed, but will it lead to action? And so what I want to do today is to ensure that my knowledge leads to action. And I'm not seeing my presentation on my screen as yet, so I'm waiting a little bit. I want to ensure that the knowledge you gain today lead to some amount of action. Now I can't hold you down and tie you, and to ensure that you do what you say you're going to do. And I know we have been to many courses and many conferences, and we promised ourselves, so we're going to sort it out. I promised myself many things coming here today. I remember when I went and I bought my gizadas, and it's a Jamaican treat. I promised to myself that I would find out how it is made because I'm not very good in the kitchen. I said I would find out, and then I would be able to explain to you how wonderful this treat is. When I was ready to give you the gizada, all I remembered is what it named. That is a gizzard and it's nice, that was it. And so I didn't actually get to do what I'd said I was going to do, which is why I'm doing action planning today. So in this session, all we're going to do is to translate what we have learned into practical actions. What is next? Now that you have learned something, how are you going to make the shift? And so I'm going to ask everybody to get the notebooks. We gave everyone a notebooks in the pack. If it's not yet out, I'm going to ask you to find it. Yes? So I want you to open your notebooks and go to a brand new page. I know, especially my young ladies, when you say to the men, open the book, them go to a new page. When you say to the ladies, open the book, them, draw a line, because they must save it, yes? Don't save the page. I know you do that. Don't save the page. It is a brand new page. It is all yours. You're not going to write nothing else in it for the rest of the week, right? A joke. So find a brand new page for me. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to make some decisions about what will change in your organization, about who will be responsible, about when it will happen, right? That's what I want us to do. So let's look at section 1. Earlier today, we learned about organizations and the fact that you must move beyond short-term activities and you need to think long-term. That was what, RASME and the Commonwealth Foundation, they spoke about. Now, they asked the question, are you building resilience? Are you building trust? Is there clear direction and strong governance? And here is Richard I just spoke about. He was very big for the action planning as well. And so I want you to write in your notebook right now, strategic clarity. What must I strengthen? That's what I want you to write, because you are going to make some decisions here today. So write that in your notebook. Let me go back. Strategic clarity. What must I strengthen? That's what you want to write. Because you learned about that earlier today. And now, based on what we have learned, let us make some decisions. Let us plan some actions. So think about your organization. Is there anything that needs strengthening based on what you have learned? Is there, a problem with governance? Is there an issue with program alignment? Is there an issue with sustainability? When we're being honest with ourselves, what could have better? That's what Jamaicans say, yes? What really could be better as it relates to your organization? So write the question first so that when you get back and you're looking at it, you know what kind of actions you're talking about. So what can I strengthen? First thing, and then write your answer. Is there anything that needs to be strengthened based on your own self-assessment? And when you get an opportunity to think a little deeper, you might come up with other things. But for now, may I beg at least one. At least one. Now, when it is that you have determined what can be strengthened, think about what's the gap in that area. So you're saying something wrong with governance, but what wrong with governance? Don't just say governance is wrong, but what is wrong? Something is wrong with the sustainability, but what is wrong? What is that actual gap? What really is the issue? Because so many times we stop at the fact that there is a problem without doing the deep dive to find out what the problem is. So something wrong here, so, but what is wrong there? So I'm saying think a little bit harder about one thing that might be the gap in that area. Now, I know I'm putting you on the spot. I know you can't do a full assessment of your organization in 2 minutes, but I'm saying what come top of mind. Because the things that fly into your head, usually the thing that wrong. That you know say it wrong, but you can't bother fix it. Yeah? And you write it down 2 times, so we soon get to it. And you don't reach yet. Yes? Now, with that said, what is one specific action that you can take as it relates to that? If it's even just to research it, if it's even just that I am going to think more, or I'm going to ask a colleague, or we're going to have a meeting to discuss this, what is one particular action that you can take so that we can get to the point where we are addressing this particular issue, this particular gap that we have identified? One action. One action that you can take. And it might be that you need to read up on it. It might mean that you might need to, have a conversation with a specialist in the area. You might just need to just talk to somebody else or to bring it up with your boss. You're following what I'm saying? Or your board. But what do we need to do? Or possibly you really need to actually see if it is so. Because sometimes, you believe it is so, but once it is that you start to do the deep dive, you find out that not no go so. What do you need to do? Right? Then, who is responsible? Write a name. Write a name. Don't just say that it should be done. Who is going to do it? Who is going to do it? If it's you, write you. But don't be caught in a trap where everything is you. That's how we are as CSOs, Who is going to do it? You think about somebody and say, no, not them. And then we are like that where, we have our own biases. Where you say, okay, this needs to be done, but I'm the only one that can do it. That's CSOs in particular operate like that. Your head cook, buckle washer. That's how you want. And if give to the person, it not do good. Do not be caught in the trap where you're the only one that can get things done. Delegate. Yes? Train. Help. If it is that them can't do it and they have been with you for 10 years, something wrong with what you are doing. That means you're not helping nobody around you. You're following what I'm saying? So let us think about it. Who is responsible? And then, the most critical thing, by when? And don't write soon. Don't write soon. Yes? Yes, from yesterday it needs to be done. Yes, and give me a date in the future. And don't write tomorrow neither, nor Wednesday, nor Thursday, because we've got you for the entire week. You're ours, yes? So don't write that. But write a date. Be realistic. Be logical. Write it down, and then when you go home today, put it in your calendar. Make it pop up. And remind you that, I did say I'm going to do this. Yes? And then, you're not going to answer this, but I want you to write it in your notebook. What is the risk that can delay it? So that later on, when you look back at it, you can answer that. Because that needs a little assessment. And I don't have a lot of time with you. What is the risk that can delay it? Make a decision. Yeah, so you're just writing that down, and then you're going to go do that now when you're going back through it. You remember to write the risk. So don't write the risk now. Are we good? Am I going too fast? No? All right, let us get this done. So we also had a wonderful presentation from Kevin Powell. Make some noise for Kevin Powell, please. spoke about SROI. He is from the Jamaica Stock Exchange, the Social Stock Exchange. He's the principal of the e-campus and a personal friend of mine from long time, yes. So we met on campus. We were Taylorites. I just wanted to take a chance to big up Taylor Hall for those who got that opportunity. Some of you didn't get a chance to live on real halls, yes, because there are some other places that people live, but they're not good halls. Only Taylor Hall. But anyways, but he did this wonderful presentation, and he said that we learned that impact must be measurable and credible. And he says that we should be able to prove the value created for every dollar invested in. That's what he said, you know. And I want to give a shout out to my persons on the live stream, because sometimes you think that they're not talking to you as well. They're saying for every dollar invested, we must know what's the value. So let's talk about if you are doing that here today. Which program can you strengthen the impact measurement of? So write your heading, measuring impact. That's your new heading now. You learned about that. Let's do some action planning for it. New heading, measuring impact. And the first question is which program you can strengthen your impact measurement for, which project, whatever it is that you're doing. Just name one. Is there a program that's lacking in that area? If there is none, fine. But if you do your assessment and there is one, name it. Then I want you to write this question. I don't know if you'll be able to answer it right now, but what is the outcome? What change was it to actually create? What was this program for? Why did we do this? So I want you to write that down. I don't know if it is that you're going to be able to answer it right now. That's fine, because you can get back to this notebook that you're going to keep forever and ever. Amen? Yes? And you can answer afterwards. But what I want you to answer, definitely to write, is what is missing. You heard Kevin today. He spoke about all the things that you need to do so that you can measure your impact. What are you not doing right now? Are you looking at your attributions? That's what he called it. Yes, I came in when he was saying something of that sort. Are you trying to quantify the subjective elements so that you can know what the real value is and the cost? What is missing? What are you not doing? If anything, is it that you're just not doing none of it at all? What are you not doing? And now, one action. One action. What are you going to do next? Are you going to research it? Are you going to find a specialist to help you? Are you going to find a course to join? Are you going to find one of the templates that he spoke about? Are you going to delegate it to at least one person? Are you going to share the slides with the persons in your finance team? Because sometimes we think that the one action have to be this major action that changed the world, you know, man. And we don't remember that it's small steps we have to take to get where we need to go. One foot in front of the other. Give me one thing, man. Do one something. One thing. Yes? And then, of course, who is responsible and by when? And if you don't get a chance to answer them all, just write the questions. If you don't get a chance to answer them all, just write the questions so that when you look back at it, you can look at the action, planning. And we never forget the risk. What is the risk that would prevent this? Me eat maths. When me look upon it, my head hurt me. So this now go do. That is my risk. Yes? I need help with it. Is that the risk? Good? And finally, I told you I would not be long. We just spoke to Tracy. Give it up for Tracy once more. Yes? And we learned that you must tell me who your organization serves. You must know what problem you solve. You know how to deliver value and all of that. Yes? So now your new heading is strengthening our organization structure. That's your new heading. Is there anything that you can shift there? Is there any action that you should take? You know, I heard a question and an answer when I came in where this table here, and I'm pointing out the table here, you know, putting you on the spot a little bit. Tracy asked for the value proposition, and you gave your value proposition, and you say, really, it's all that we do, which is true. But one of the key things about a value proposition, in marketing, they say it must be simple, stupid. That they don't use that term anymore because they have to be politically correct. But normally that's what they would say, where they're saying a 5-year-old or a 10-year-old should understand. And so it becomes very hard because you have to make it more concise. You have to break it down. You have to get to the real nitty-gritty of it so that when you say it, everybody can have the same aha moment that you had before. Now the question is that where you are with your value proposition? When it is that you say it, do we automatically understand, or we have to go read it? Talk truth. You know, sometimes you say a truth you don't understand because you're not in there. But it shouldn't be like that. It should be that once you say it, you can say, okay, that's the value. I get that. You know, what do you offer? I offer this. Okay, I want it. You know, why is it that? It's like, think about your hairdresser. If I ask you why you go to your hairdresser or your barber, you can tell me right away what's the value. Nobody can do this like him. Or this one is my friend. So it might be just that's the value of him, you know. If you talk to men and the barbers, yes, they have no idea why I'm still the barber, but you are my virgin. So you understand, you know, if you ever catch you at one next barber shop, a problem. As a matter of fact, if you go to a next barber shop, you feel away. And so the value is really the relationship that you have with him. And so if I ask you, why is your barber? You can tell me, say, yeah, I'm a virgin. And right away, I understand. When I talk to you about your organization, when you tell me the value proposition, do I automatically understand? And if I don't, how you going to tweak it? What's the action that you're going to take to change it? How are you going to move from the knowledge that you got here today into action? That's what I want from action planning. So the last thing is to choose one 30-day commitment. One area you're going to look at. Just write that down. 30-day commitment, one area. Which of the 3 areas today had the most impact? Which one you really are going to look on? Because we know someone write them down because I say so, you know. And someone in the write nothing, just go on like you not write because it's going to look bad. Yes? You just go and scribble. But if I had to choose one, what's the one area I'm going to look at? Is it going to be SROI? Is it going to be my value proposition? Yes? Is it going to be my sustainability that was spoken about and how I demonstrate impact? Whether it was we spoke about with the Commonwealth Foundation, which one? Just write one for your 30-day commitment. And sign it so you promise yourself. So you have to sign your signature, you know. You have to sign it now that it becomes real. Yes? So sign it. Write the one and just sign it. All right. Now there's a start date. I'm not going to kill you for the start date because you're going to get a chance to look at it and make a logical decision. Right? But remember, it's a 30-day commitment. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And so, I promise you I would not be long. That is our action planning. Right? That is our action plan. I'm going to invite Karen to come and just finish off. I'm reminding you that we do have our cocktail reception after. Right? Commonwealth Foundation has decided to give us a cocktail reception, but it is indeed a working cocktail reception. You know, because there's no rest for the beautiful or the sexy. So none of you all, yes, will get an opportunity. So yes, so it is a cocktail reception. You get a chance to network, and please meet other persons, ask your questions, you know, take full advantage of the opportunity to be here. I know they have some grants that they want to create, and you are the best persons to speak to about what should be next for the foundation. So we're looking forward to you all joining us for that. And so without further ado, over to you.
Thank you, Georgia. You would love to do group work with Georgia. She will help you see the future. But we want to lead by example. So I am going to put my boss, Stephanie Coy, and Machado Aiken on the spot to ask them what is going to be their 30-day commitment to civil society as we lead the shift.
Thank you so much, Karen. Yes, so wonderful. Richardo, would you like to kick off or would you like me to go? Okay, all right. So it's very easy for me because this is what LEAF is all about. And one of the things that for us being here and then hearing your responses coming out of the action planning sessions is to understand how best to support you going forward. So LEAF will end in 2027, but between now and then, we have the opportunity to continue to support your organizational strengthening opportunities. And one of the things that we're looking at is to see how we can focus, especially on the CSO management team and the workers, to strengthen the professional development. So whether it is in finance management, strategic planning, communications and advocacy, it is for you to identify, coming out of the sessions as Georgia took us through, what for you are you identifying as your risk? And then also in community development, one of the things that we always learn is there is what you can do for yourself, and then there is what you need help with. So we want you to identify what you are prepared to do for yourself, but you say, okay, wait, hold on. This one is a little bigger than what we can take on. So it might be training perhaps 5 persons, and so that expense is a little bit more than you can manage. And you say, this is what we need assistance with, right? And we will be engaging with the CSOs in the region. So for the persons who are also still participating in the live stream, right? As we had mentioned earlier, we work in 8 countries, and so we will be looking at how we can support with that strengthening.
All right, thank you. Put your hands together for LEAF. And mine is easy. So one, we'll support everything that LEAF is doing, right? I'm joking, but we definitely will. But I think what we could also commit to mutually is before the end of March, Stephanie, I think we could have a presentation with our stakeholders who are participating in this exercise to share the action plan that comes out of this session with them as well and see what some of their next steps are. So we're committing to collating the action plan and present this to our stakeholders to see how they themselves can also be aware of what is happening. So come tomorrow, we'll share our next steps as we go through the rest of the week. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for those who joined us on the live stream. Tomorrow, we are going to be looking at funding the vision, sustaining the vision through strategic financial management, what makes a project attractive for funding, social entrepreneurship, an avenue for sustainable development and sustaining CSOs, and how to diversify your funding. So thank you to those who are on the live stream. We hope that you will join us again tomorrow. Right. So for those of us in the room, as Georgia indicated, we have a networking session planned for you all, hosted by the Commonwealth Foundation. It's to start at 4 o'clock, so you do have a bit of a little less than 30 minutes to stretch, use the bathroom, freshen up, and then join us by the by the pavilion. Okay? Next to, which is to the right. All right? And we will have a bit of networking and other activities planned for you between 4 and 6. So thank you so much for being a wonderful audience today.